and thus the center, right? So either the Earth's stationary and the center of the universe, or it's moving and not the center of the universe.
So when you're talking about rotation, what's your understanding of the counter-rotating sun circles? What's on flat Earth? What
So we're back to another flat Earth question, right? I mean, it's like, okay, like again, if the sun is moving over top of a flat Earth, it has to just be an apparent optical effect, right? And there's multiple models. One's like a dual pole, similar to what New Perspective has been posting, similar to like an electric field. It'd have to be two actual physical poles and physical rotations that are counter rotations. And I mean, that's an interesting model, right? I mean, that would explain why when you go over the quote unquote equator, everything starts going the other way, right? I mean, you can literally have a dual pole flat Earth model.
So at some point, the sun does a figure of 8 somewhere.
Well, that's I don't know if I would quite frame it that way, but like kind of, and like, yeah, I agree. There are multiple things that would have to be explained within that. And what I'm not going to do right now is debate.
You don't have an explanation for it at all? Or
see, no. You just are going to start asking me every conceivable question you can think of. And this was my point earlier.
I asked you one question. Come on, man. I only asked you one.
Brother. I understand where it's going. But this is my point. No one that like goes against flat Earth and the whole entire position, they cannot defend if the Earth is geocentric or if it's not. Like, they can't actually support that it's not geocentric, and they want to skip over it. This is and the reason that I can't
go against it. I can't. Hang on. I can't go against it if I don't have all the information, and I'm still just gathering information.
A flat Earth is a different
You're one of the privileged. Hang on, I'm finished. You're one of the privileged people.
Well, you interrupted me, and now you're talking about how you didn't finish, man.
You're one of the privileged people in this room who has seen the southern extent of this situation. And for you, the sun went in an opposite rotation than it does in the north, for me in the north. So, that's fascinating. I wondered how that would work on flat Earth.
Okay, yes, but do you understand, like, if I'm in the middle of a conversation, someone can just jump in and be like, well, I want to hear you explain the 24-hour sun randomly at all times. It's been done like 12 times tonight alone, right?
You're talking about rotations, so that's why
we're talking about sidereal rotation. Talking about sidereal rotation.
Polaris has a GP.
Oh, bro. Come on, so you're just going to completely hijack the conversation? Can I at least make the final point that I'm making, please?
Sigma Octantis.
Hey, can I make my final point before you just try to hijack the whole convo, please? Because I want to address this to Gatekeeper, right? The main reason I'm doing this is I'm not holding your guys' hands anymore and helping your cogdis where you're so scared to face.
You're not addressing me. You're just preach.
No, Gatekeeper. Stop. Listen. I'm not addressing you. Please stop interrupting me, dude. Please stop interrupting me, man. Please stop interrupting me, man. I'm addressing the point you're making. I'm not talking about your specific position. Oh my God, dude. You guys are just all the same. So, like, just please chill. I don't know your specific position. I don't even know if you're geocentric or you're open to it, or if you're concave. I think maybe that's not my point. I'm addressing your question, right? I know you really want me to address 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and ultimately you want me to say it's impossible and concave Earth's real or whatever. That isn't the point, though. Like, I'm answering your question. So if you asked it in good faith, this is the good faith answer. What always happens is when people start to run into that uncomfortable, like, cogdis place of like, oh my God, geocentrism does make more sense, or oh my God, is it actually geocentric? They start to like kind of panic. And then what they do is they jump over to flat Earth, and they're like, they ask whatever gotcha they think they have on flat Earth. And if then they don't get an answer that's satisfactory, or they think they got the gotcha, then they jump all the way back over to their comfortable little heliocentric model. So now they're like, okay, now we're back good. And it's just this weird cogdis thing where, to escape the fact that the Earth is not a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, free falling, flying through space, they have to use flat Earth as their crutch to avoid it. And that's why I, even in good faith, despite all these lies said about me, I still, man, the best possible argument, in my opinion, for why flat Earth may have been a psyop, even though I don't think it is. I think it was hijacked at times and infiltrated. the best argument is that, well, geocentrism is true. And so then the government rolled out flat Earth to distract away from it, you know, and make that the center of the topic so that if it's debunked, then people never actually look at geocentrism. Because, like, right after the principle came out with Robertson Ginis in 2014, that's when flat Earth came in and like exploded. So it's like, oh, they're like, oh no, geocentrism can't get out, right? They're going to find out that the Earth's in the center of the universe, so they rolled out flat Earth as a distraction. I don't think that happened, but I mean, I'm just explaining that it's an interesting idea. If you can't, like, it's like, okay, you guys think there's too many problems with flat Earth. It can't explain the 24/7 sun, you know, in Antarctica, and it's going the wrong way, and all these things. Like, okay, cool. Have you been able to honestly look at the fact that you can prove the Earth is in the center of the universe? It is not flying through space. And have you then been able to accept what the implications of that are? Because it's like, why would you skip over that? Be like, no, I don't care about that. I just want to talk about flat Earth. I don't care about that. That's insignificant. It may be the biggest truth ever. It may change everything fundamentally. It may make me not have to accept the Earth as literally in the most special, unique position in the world, and everything else that exists is created simply to move around it. And it means it's like literally the most important thing ever, and therefore it had to be placed there, and it changes everything. No, I don't care about that. I just want to know about flat Earth. And if I can't get flat Earth questions answered the way I like, then I'm going to go all the way back over to this heliocentric giant universe model. Do you get my point? Now, this is the reason that I started honing in on it, because it gets like buried underneath all of it, and it becomes it's a all or nothing. It's flat Earth or it's heliocentric globe, and it leaves out arguably the most important takeaway out of all of this, which is that the Earth is actually in a special and unique position in the center of everything. Therefore, it was placed there, requiring creation, and it's like the most significant truth ever, right?
I do agree.
Oh man, kind of a sense of relief, because now I don't have to publicly state this thing that's been super limiting, causing me to be buried and censored, and like really limiting any potential online success, right? So like,
right. So
come on,
okay, you corrected a false idea on my part that perhaps you know deep down that flat Earth is wrong, and you corrected that and admitted that no, I Witsit, I'm actually stupid enough to think that it's true.
Sure, if that's how you want to characterize it. Yeah, I mean, I don't. In reality, I just don't believe your model that's been debunked. But I think that you and many people
when
like
has
you,
it been debunked?
I think you and many people like you are afraid to even honestly look at that fact. Like, let me ask you a question, right? If you genuinely, let's say that hypothetically you genuinely discovered that actually you were wrong this whole time and that the heliocentric globe Earth model wasn't true, right? Like, what would you do after that?
I would probably talk to people about it. I'm not sure if that was the answer that you expected.
I'm saying, is that like, I mean, it would just be no big deal. You would just like talk to some people about it.
Yeah,
I mean, accept it. And
if I discovered that the globe Earth heliocentric model is not correct, yeah, I'd probably tell my family about it.
Word, yeah, because like what I think is like, I don't think that you allow yourself to even entertain that possibility sincerely, right? Like, even if you take flat out of it and just go with geocentric, I don't think that you could handle that, because every single time it comes up, you and many people on your side here, they literally run away from it every time. So this is my point that Gatekeeper's bringing up. Gatekeeper, you want me to address a model and the fact that Gleason model's wrong, and I get all that. It's not like I haven't done it at all. I just have stepped away for other reasons. Everyone should now know the reasons. It's become public, but that isn't really the point, right? Like, the reason that I'm doing this is because you can watch me. I could do this for another 100 hours and it will happen every time, every single
May I
time.
address
But I
Witsit?
attempt to have a conversation about
Real
geocentrism
quick,
and I
out
get
of
someone,
respect,
well, I'm
you
almost done.
mentioned me. You
I know. Let me
mentioned me, right?
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Every single
You
time.
mentioned me, right? Just
Yes.
I just
He
wanted
didn't
to
ask you a question though.
you.
He didn't ask you a question though. He just mentioned
But I'm
you.
gonna
Doesn't
get.
mean you have to stop.
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it back to you. Just let me finish. Every single time that I talk to someone about geocentrism, without exception, when we get to that uncomfortable point of the conversation for them, where they realize they don't have a rebuttal, or that the heliocentric model has been falsified, or that the geocentric model makes way more sense, and it starts to actually click, they panic and immediately, just out of nowhere, just start bringing up some argument about flat Earth. It happens every single time. It's weird. It's like robotic. Okay. And so to me, that is, you have now discovered a phenomena that happens of cognitive dissonance. They're not even consciously doing it. They shut down and just start, angular size of the sun, 24-hour sun. They literally just have to they need a life jacket to get away from even being able to actually accept that the heliocentric model isn't true. So I'm not gonna just keep playing the game with them and chasing them down every rabbit hole that they go, so that then they can be like, "Whew, now I don't have to look at the fact that the heliocentric model wasn't true." Right? I feel like in that sense, if I keep doing that, I'm basically playing right into their hands. I'm aiding their cognitive dissonance, and like, I mean, what's the point of that? It's like just intellectually dishonest at that point.
Okay, well,
Personally, I'm not looking for a life jacket. I came here into this topic looking for flat Earth because it was offered to me as a possible explanation for my reality. Yes. So did you hear that, Witsit? Does Sigma Octantis have a GP on flat Earth?
Yeah, assuming that's well, it would, yeah, over anything.
Okay, so if you're at the North Pole, which seems like nobody seems to have been there, but hypothetically, I guess, if you're at the North Pole and every direction is south, which direction do I walk or head to go to that GP of Sigma Octantis?
South.
Everywhere's south at north. Which south do I go to?
Just go walking south, man. You'll find it.
Southeast one you can find.
That's just silly, isn't it? Come on.
I understand what you're saying.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, sure.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, but so what would you suggest for me?
Well, that's a good question. You would have to just start walking. I don't know, right? You have to walk south because this gets into what exactly
but it has a fixed
is
point.
the stars in the south. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? But could there be multiple based on it being an apparent position? Does it move relative to the observer? I don't really know. Sigma Octantis
So are
is
you saying?
There is no actual GP measurement that's been confirmed or like anything like that in the north or in the south.
You said there was.
No, I'm saying, like, in theory,
in
theory, if there's a star over top of a flat Earth, then there would be a position on the ground right underneath that. But the issue is,
one
right?
direction you could go in to reach it, right?
Yes, I agree. But this is what I'm trying to say. What if when I start to go south, right? Like all the stars in the south are apparent, and they move relative to the observer. Like I really don't know. Like I mean,
isn't that contradictory?
Well, then that would be like there isn't one GP, and it would be
so
like.
So are you saying that those things have more than one GP? Does Polaris have more than one GP as well?
Well, no, the north and the south are not the same, right? Like in that idea, because there's multiple ideas. This idea you're proposing is this like pretty typical like mainstream more idea, right? Which is that you have the center North Pole underneath Polaris, and then you're going to go south from there, which is like all directions 180 degrees. So in that scenario, you would have to invoke something for many things, even though star rotations and all kinds of stuff. There's some type of some type of optical effect that's taking place that's creating the illusion of a counter rotation or whatever. Or again, you have the other option of like, is there actual two physical poles? There's two physical poles, then you get into like, yeah, well, there would be a ground position, that'd be a physical on a rotation, and you could get to a place underneath it, and you wouldn't be just going to the North Pole and going south there. You have the single pole, like what you're saying. Well, in that situation, which I've explained this at length, more than 2.5, 3 years ago, that like for example, with the counter rotation, when you start to get to it actually circling around a point, there's going to have to be some phenomena that's creating that optical effect on a flat Earth. If it's actually flat, there's actually like a counter rotation as you get to the south, which there is. Well, if that counter rotation is around a certain point, then there's something that's going on causing that. And that's when we discovered the anti-crepuscular rays, right? If you take the crepuscular rays and the anti-crepuscular rays and started spinning them,
I didn't say it was a point. You did. I didn't say it was a point. You said it was a point.
Well, no, I'm saying if there's a rotation, then logically it has to be spinning around a central point. That's like the definition of rotation.
Yeah, but these 2 points spin in counter rotations.
Well, there is a count. I'm just explaining that, like, even if you just talk about ground position in the South Star, my point is like trying to understand and explain the southern stars on a flat Earth with the depiction that you give, right, with the Polaris over the North Pole and then South being out away from that.
Yeah.
I'm just explaining that even without the ground position,
you can't explain it adequately. Hang on. Well, adequately, you cannot explain it. It's impossible for you to explain the situation.
Effect relative to the observer, right? Like,
okay, so it's impossible for you to explain. I get it.
I have a
suggestion.
So
I'm locked at the moment. Hang on, I don't want to listen to your suggestion.
Yeah.
Listen.
We can give a nice name.
So far,
we can give a nice name to this effect. We can. I'm only going to take a shot. Well, we can name this the dark optical effect, just like we have dark matter and dark energy.
Yeah, and then if you dare question it at all,
was that a save? Was that a save?
No, but no. Yeah, but I think. But anyway.
Yeah, but no, but.
What he was trolling.
All right. So can I understand? That we've hit a brick wall. We've hit a brick wall on your knowledge, and you don't know this. You can't explain it. Polaris has a GP. Sigma Octantis has a GP. Every direction from north is south. Yet the GP of Sigma Octantis must be only in one direction away from south.
It's much more complex than this, right? Because there's a few possible answers to your question. One is that you wouldn't reach the GP of the southern pole star in every direction away from north. In theory, there would actually only be one. If you're asking me which one, I don't know. In theory, there could only be one, right?
Yeah.
And then the other option, the other part, the other part of it is,
give me the other one.
How in real life, if you're traveling south, how do we do that? We don't just go to Polaris and turn our back to it and then just go in a straight line. That's literally impossible. That doesn't happen in real life at all. We use a compass, right?
Well,
so if we're following a compass in field lines, it could just take you over to that star. What?
Hang on. In real life, you did do it, didn't you?
Yeah, we used a compass.
You went in one direction, all right? You went to the South America, and then you went in another direction, all right, towards that point. And you saw the sun go in an opposite direction than you witnessed in the north.
Okay.
A counter-rotating circle. I mean, this is just the information I have. The data I have is this.
Well, have you not seen the?
If that point around which that sun was rotating has a ground position, and it can be found in the almanac, then that's a known position. That's a known position. That's not
almanac means
else.
nothing when it comes to Antarctica, dude.
Well, you say that. You say that.
Well, it is in real life. But this is the thing. Have you seen the guy?
Tell us what it is.
Have you seen the guy that just puts a dome over top of a flat Earth and then takes a light source and moves it in a circle over top of it, and then on the outside?
I've seen some flat earthers do some funny shit. Yes.
Can you chill out, man? On the outside.
No, I have. I've seen.
Why are you interrupting so much, bro? Why are you interrupting so much?
Conversation and Witsit.
That's not having a conversation. Every time he speaks two words, why are you speaking now, too, bro?
I've seen
he interrupts.
Oh yeah, never mind. I've seen Dean Odell do it. All right.
No, I'm talking about Hanby do it,
bro. Yeah, I've seen do it.
That's why you should finish what I'm saying, man. Like, yeah, Hanby's what I'm talking about. And on the outside,
who are you talking about? Because they're the people, right? You asked.
Can you
please calm the fuck down?
Just said I'm talking about Hanby, and my point is that on the outside of the little dome, there was another little apparent light source, even though the actual light source was just one of them going in a circle. On the outside, there was a little apparent light source that was going the opposite direction in a little circle just continuously. And when you moved the camera or observer around, what happened was wherever you went around that whole entire outside, that little apparent, what would be the sun going the opposite way in a little circle continuously, followed you no matter where you were on the outside. So in theory, absolutely a phenomenon like that could happen. I mean, he freaking replicated it crudely, with the dome. Anyone that's being honest would admit that that's pretty crazy. That the guy took a light source, did a circle over top of the Earth with a dome, and then all of a sudden, on the outside of that dome, there was another apparent light source that was going the opposite direction, doing little circles, just like a 24-hour sun would, going the opposite way. And whenever he took the camera and you move it anywhere around the whole outside of that dome, the sun just follows them. You're going to have a little 24-hour sun going the opposite way, no matter where you are, all along the outside, once the light source gets close enough to the outside in its big circle. I mean, it's pretty crazy, right?
Have they done any form of like analysis of that? I mean, what is it? A convergent reflective surface basically causes this? Is that the sort of geometry or something that might be explain it?
Yeah, it's like the dome optics, and then I can't remember what all he used. Right, he actually used basically like a reflective surface underneath the dome. And so what that does, of course, it also flips it. So where you have the sunspots flipped, you have this apparent sun flipped upside down, going the opposite way. And again, just the fact that he even showed like the possibility, whatever the phrase for it, I'm obviously getting tired here, but whatever like the phrase is, he showed the possibility, right? And it's interesting. Like it's not that it's perfect or there would be alternate. It just shows that with a physical container and something reflective, like say you had some type of fluid medium that was acting like a reflective surface, or even physical layers to it, or say there are parallel like flat like layers within a dome or whatever, you would have that phenomena on the outside. And to me, that alone shows me like, okay, obviously something in that general direction is possible. And that's pretty crazy. And it kind of does just intuitively resonate with me, because if you're under a giant dome and say you're in the center, like he was saying, as you start to go out away from the center towards the outside, you're under a dome that's curving down. And so if you were looking at the sky, things would curve down along that dome. And then you could even innocently look at the sky and be like, well, look, as I go out south, the sky looks like it's curving down. Must mean because I'm walking on a ball curving upside down. Really, you would just be looking at the dome that's curving down. And then you would take that observation and it's like, oh, the optics and the sky is curving and the ground is flat, or the sky is in an exact actual location and the ground is curving, making it look like the curving, right?
So the opposition to you, the people that you oppose, and people like Einstein, Newton, Michelson, Morley, all the people, Eddington, all the people you've spoken about, and people who have done these grand things and proposed that those support this particular model. Are you putting up against that some guy in his kitchen with a flashlight and a thing that covers cakes? Is that what you're presenting as some kind of proof for of your version of flat Earth? For me, when you said the GP of Octantis has a GP?
How does this turn into proof of flat Earth when you're asking me to explain a phenomena and I just said one of a couple possibilities is this? It's not proof of flat Earth, just like it's not proof of a globe. Because if you want to claim it's proof of a globe, you'd have to commit a fallacy. I would be committing the same fallacy if I said anything was proof of flat Earth. It's addressing the claim it's 100% impossible on a flat Earth, and that isn't true, right? You can have two poles, just like with electric field, which to me makes a lot of sense. If we can figure out some way to get a testable claim out of there and verify that, it would be very interesting. There are some issues with it though. But bro, that's like electric fields literally do that. Like everything that exists is electric. The magnetic field is literally like the secret to the universe. It's the one true field of force. Electric fields literally have two freaking poles with a counter rotation. So like interesting that we see counter rotation on the Earth. I mean, bruh, we see like 2 different rotations on the Earth. It doesn't mean that we're on the upside down of a ball that physically falsified, right? I mean,
but what you offered to me, in explanation of that was, have you seen people shine a light on a cake cover?
why would that? First of all, it wasn't a cake cover.
Hang on.
It's a $400 acrylic dome.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a second, because you'll mute me. When I told you the people that I have seen do that, which is Dean Odell in his church, or his sub-pastor, do it. I've seen him do it, and I've seen Joe Hamby do it. Those are the only 2 people I've seen do that. They didn't adequately explain that what you saw, what you observed, and my question at all. They don't do that.
Why not? Why does what Joe Hamby did not explain the 24-hour sun?
Because I don't see that there is a possibility that that you can put into reality. Just because somebody has a torch on a glass bottle, it's begging the question of the container, begging the question of its reflective nature. It's begging the question that when you look south at 79 degrees, that even though you say that Sigma Octantis has a GP, that you can't place the GP of the sun that you looked at in the south.
Does it actually
at 79 degrees? You can't place the GP of that anywhere else than on a place that is known. Now, for the image you painted for me, when you were looking south on flat Earth, that's where the other lands are, beyond there. And the star systems that you're talking about only relate to a place we do know about. We don't have any star system that relates to another place other than the ones we know.
I keep bouncing back between the sun and the star.
No, it's all about data. It's about data and the observations I have of you doing such things that nobody else in this room, unless McToon's here, has done. I'm gathering data about the flat Earth to see if it is really
plausible. You're denying data. You just threw out some data. Okay. You say that you're gathering it. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, I threw out that data. You're right.
You self-profess about all of your own perfections, dude. It's just retarded.
I'm not. Yes, I threw it out. Right, because Dean Odell's one had.
But you're gathering data, so you throw out data.
Dean Odell's one had a.
Congratulations.
Hang on, listen, Ricksky. Dean Odell's version had a little throne on top for God, and it had fairy lights around it.
Who
so I threw that one out.
They're still doing more than you.
Care. It's my data, not your data. Don't impress your data on me that I have to take as valid.
No, I don't even like
what is more valid is Witsit.
I don't actually think you offer any. No one gets informed
what's
by
more
you.
Valid?
He's not causing chaos right now. He's trying to speak, and you're over speaking him.
What's more valid is Witsit's experience and what Witsit did when he went to
yeah, but the problem is you ask a question.
Now that's more real than Joe Hamby's torch.
And you just talk over me, right? Like you asked about the ground position, I went to answer it. You immediately interrupted.
You gave me the people with the flashlight and the dome.
Dude. Okay, so the thing about the ground position, I mean, yeah, if it was actually what Joe Hamby's demonstration is showing, then you wouldn't have an actual single physical ground position. I've already addressed that times, right? Because if, like in his demonstration, there's a little apparent sun going the opposite way all along the outside, and as you move along the outside, it follows you. So, like in theory, right, everywhere is. If you got to the outside, then you would have multiple ground positions underneath that apparent sun because it's going to follow you all along the ground. And so just because it doesn't fit in a perfect little materialistic box, the current understanding doesn't mean anything. It's a real physical phenomena that can be demonstrated. It's crazy. It's insane. I can take a freaking light, do a circle over top of a flat Earth with a dome, and then coincidentally, on the outside, there's another little sun that's apparent going the opposite way in a little tiny circle, and everywhere around the outside, it'll follow you, and you'll look like you have a 24-hour sun. So that's interesting. Anyone that that's not interesting isn't being honest.
One question,
I don't need a model so desperately. That was good enough for me to understand that something in that direction could be possible.
Well, I've been quiet about this for quite a bit, but I said to Nathan Oakley quite a long time ago, and Ruhif,
Nathan Oakley is not here.
You can do fuck all with an angle, right? But now it's turned into a proof. Nathan Oakley, right, can prove flat Earth by measuring an angle. And what he does is he measures an angle, right? He measures an angle and draws a circle. Now, you, Witsit, went to the south. Did you measure that angle while you were there? Did you measure an angle with a sextant to a light in the sky while you were in the south?
I mean, he might have. You're posing it like he's responsible.
Stop,
to
dude.
I'm just asking Witsit, dude.
Like, what the hell? Witsit didn't take a freaking sextant. Did you take a sextant?
Okay, so you didn't measure an angle because that was one of the main things that was going to prove.
Is that the only way you can measure an angle with a sextant?
Did you pay for him to do it?
Do you think that there's some reason I couldn't have pulled out a sextant and measured an angle? Because
did you measure an angle?
Did I answer you 3 times, or are you just?
I don't know. I didn't hear you. I heard other people.
No.
Witsit, you must have been muted because you didn't come through.
You didn't measure an angle.
Measure an angle with a sextant in Antarctica? No.
Right. Did you measure an angle with your phone, with an app on your phone, to the light in the sky?
A couple times, yeah.
Do you have a point to this, Bev?
Well, just the point that did he then draw a circle?
Okay, but besides more questions, do you have a point to this?
Yeah, Witsit, did you draw a circle once you'd measured the angle?
No, dude. All I did was go there to see if the sun actually stayed in the sky and did a circle, man. That's all I did.
And you did see the sun do a circle while you were there?
All what appeared to be the sun do a circle and stay in the sky.
Around you, with you as like a central point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So the only point that you ever placed for a circle was you. And the sun was the circle.
What is this interrogation stuff? What is so bizarre?
It's not an interrogation. I'm done. That's it.
Thanks
a lot, Witsit.
Thank you.
You've answered as many questions as I think you possibly can.
Sweet. No point. Amazing.
Well, I thought you were going to cut to the chase at some point, but I guess nothing.
There is no chase. They got nothing.
That was exhilarating, man. But like, I still think though, you guys should really think about it. Like, I will say in these circles, like you almost never have luck trying to do it. If you ever try and say, yo, hey, let's just talk about like the alleged motion and the implication. If the Earth's not moving, how it's in the center, they're going to all claim you're scared to talk about flat Earth. And it's like, no, I'm just trying to make you actually have a conversation about this topic. Independent curvature; those are 2 separate subjects. They cannot do it. And if they ever act like they will, they'll get a little bit into it. And when you start to debunk them, they will literally, like, something takes over them. Like they're under a spell. They will just like frantically and impulsively panic and start making a random flat Earth argument out of nowhere.
Well, I've noticed that too. Like if you point out like a hole in the model or one like discrepancy that doesn't add up within the paradigm, they're like, oh, well, what about flat Earth? It's like, no, just take a fucking break from that. Just look at this one hole. Right. And then we could talk about other topics. Right. And then we realize like there's multiple problems with these models that we're all just taking them for granted as if they're flawless. And then we move on to say, no, see this model we portray as flawless supports this other model when it's like, no, that original model has holes in it and it creates more holes in this next model. And then it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's treated as if or talked about as if these models are flawless. Like, that's not the reality of the situation. And it's like, well, no, you pointed out this hole. Well, how does that work on a flat Earth? It's like, that's besides the point.
Yeah, because like literally any model, quote unquote, is an endless journey, right? Like it's like a task that you're doing for like convenience sake or like curiosity or whatever. It isn't like a matter of truth. It isn't reality. And to claim it proved reality would be a reification fallacy. It's extremely unintelligent to pursue truth via the need of a model, and even more unintelligent to then reify it as though proof of some truth claim. Like, I don't know why people get so caught up on that. Like they act like I'm just trying to squirm out of something. No. It's just actually retarded. It is retarded to be this obsessed with models. And I understand why people want to, because they want to be able to. The reality of it is because we were told a model of the Earth, not just the Earth, all the way down to the center of the Earth and the whole solar system and the whole universe. We were told all these answers and this whole model. So if you come along and show someone that it's not accurate, they're like, "Well, I need a replacement. I need a replacement." It's like, brother, chill out, man. Like, it's just, I'm perfectly comfortable understanding that I don't understand the entirety of everything. Just that what we were told just simply doesn't add up.
Normally,
why can't we just be chill about that and then keep like trying to figure out what's going on instead of like panicking with these weird arbitrary demands of these standards that I have to reach, and it's all these double standards where like the Globe can just not have and literally not be able to explain 4,000 things.
That's what
this is where you're just going to say
last
something
night.
about
No, I'm not saying anything
Helio
against you.
model.
Just
my bad.
people in these communities tend to use the word model in the most primitive sense, starting with like even a rudimentary map. It's not just a rudimentary map, the general position placement of the continents relative to each other. Rudimentary distances. Once you have a map, you can start to chart stars, sun, where are these GPs, and then see it happening through time. Once you have a map, you can start to make orbitals. You can't make orbitals without a map. You don't know where anything is. The only way to make orbitals without a flat Earth map is to assume Glober stuff. Assume things that haven't been done and haven't been figured out, but is needed, and we're gonna take it from. So that's why people say models are important, and there's a fascination with models. Most flat earthers, I'm not speaking for anyone. I'm speaking for myself, like through my own lips. Most flat earthers become flat earthers because part of becoming a flat earther, they're introduced visuals. Even hypothetically, maybe they may not have been told this is how your world is, but they're shown visuals of the Gleason map with the sun and stars going over it, and so forth. And this requires work to realize it. That has major issues, and some flat earthers have even realized that they're discarding it. They're like, there's no way the Earth can be level and stationary, and that is my map. So that is what people, when they're using the word model in terms of flat Earth, is the most rudimentary things.
A model is only true if its
basic
assumptions
blocks,
are true.
the things you
So you
need
can model anything if you just.
move. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all I have to say. It was short.
Okay. Yeah, but you can model anything if you just use unfalsifiable assumptions.
I mean, you're saying that, but that's not even really true, right? Because it was just brought up to give an explanation of the sun. I do agree a lot of the time people are talking about like a map a lot. I mean, like didn't Shane just put out like a little interactive model of flat Earth?
Yeah.
He did. I mean, so there is like an interactive model of flat Earth, and all the Globers desperately looked for like, components in the code that had something to do with the globe, and they cleaned it all up. I mean, it's an interactive like flat Earth model. But my point here is like, what someone does is like, okay, explain exactly how a 24-hour sun works if the Earth is flat, and give me a model. And then even if you give them theoretical explanations, even one that has a demonstration that shows some type of viability, all that, they just immediately start like, okay, well, but what about this? What about this? What about this? But they don't apply that same standard to the globe model. That's my point, right? Like, it's just weird to me. That's so like gay and waste of time. And like, I'm not interested in that.
I can maybe explain it a little bit. It's not really you're comparing apples and oranges. Let's take a look at some of the things that Flat Earth cannot explain. Sunset, sunrise, things that Globe Earth cannot explain.
We can explain sunsets. Why do you just say these things? Why would you ask us to provide you with an explanation?
I'm finishing my point.
You've already made a wrong point.
Things that it doesn't matter. You can spark out and then talk after I'm done. You will still let me finish my point. So here's what Flat Earth cannot explain.
You already said it. Hey, Globe Earth can explain what?
Yeah, because he interrupted me. I have
that doesn't mean we didn't hear you. No, it doesn't.
Me. So the next point, and I can tell you guys are spurging. Here's what Glob cannot explain. Somewhere out there, far, far, far away, are some galaxies that are going abnormally.
Dude,
So
you can't even explain the core of your
not the
model.
same kind of thing that we cannot explain, is it?
You
We
can't
can
explain the
explain
core of your
sunset, we
model.
can explain sunrise. You cannot. And that's
Can't
the
explain
facts
the-
on
We
the
can
table.
explain.
You cannot.
We can explain.
The only way you
We can. Do you want to hear the explanation, or do you want to keep going?
Yes, because Witsit can also go on for many minutes at a time. So why cannot I? Why
Because
is
you
it
were
a problem
repeating
if
the
I
same
speak longer?
statement over and over. At least,
I
like,
am not repeating
say
the
something
same.
different.
I was going to go to the next point, so I'm not repeating the same thing. Why
So you
can
don't
I
want an
not
answer
have
to
a
this
longer
point, do you?
stand? Why
This is
can
his
I not
first time
also?
speaking. They
Alright,
always
Why
get you
can I
triggered,
not
Lori. Don't
also
get
have a
triggered,
longer
bro.
comment?
You could do it. Go.
If Witsit can take a
First
longer
time he
comment,
was
why can I
speaking,
not?
what are you talking about? He
If
talked
you
for
are
freaking
literally
45
Just
minutes.
triggered
you
him,
are
see?
literally confirming. You are literally confirming that the room is unfair. Witsit can take a long comment and he can move from
I
point
agree.
to
You
point
should
to
be
point.
allowed to
But
talk.
when
Just
I
make
do
a
it, you guys
point.
smirk and you guys say, no, you cannot do that.
Oh, look, Laurie, hurry
Okay,
up, man.
I will
Or
wrap
you want
this
to
up
whinge about
because
it?
I
Hurry
can
up,
tell
man.
you're triggered. My point is simple.
Oh, man.
We can explain simple things like sunset. You cannot. And you cannot explain that in any way with it, nor can anyone else.
Is he repeating himself again?
You can
Is this? Do I hear an echo in the room or something, Laurie? This is crazy.
Maybe
I
not
don't know,
talk
man.
over him. Thank you.
Well,
He
first
just
of all,
repeated himself five times.
Yeah, and then
We have
this
to
is
listen
the
to all
thing,
five.
right? He said it and then just wanted to say it over and over. Like he said his points, right? And he's like, "Flat Earth can't explain sunsets and sunrises." But here's the thing with globe Earth, and then he like disingenuously, right, says some galaxy super far away.
All right, we'll work
All
on
right.
it. We apologize on Lori's behalf. Can we become free and move forward?
The point is like we heard his point, man. It's like I mean, like,
does he want the response?
No, he doesn't. That's the point. It's not a point to have a response to.
It's one thing to repeat yourself. It's another thing to say you're not repeating yourself, and then your next two statements are a duplicate of each other.
It was crazy, wasn't it? It was gaslighting on the 10th degree.
I was going to go to different points, but you guys wouldn't let me. I could tell them.
Do you want a response to your first point, Laurie?
Do it now.
And if I go to a different point, then if I go to a different point, then you guys will smirk and I will get muted.
No,
so
we're still waiting
on the response, or do you want to go
bro.
on to your second point, Laurie?
Now, I would actually love to, because my claim was on the previous point that you cannot answer sunrise and sunset. I will actually rest on that point, and I would love an answer.
So you open your mic for nothing, bro. Shut up, bro.
I will expect
stop.
an answer. You
Stop.
lied about this.
Shut up.
I will expect an answer.
Really, man?
Can you answer that?
All right,
yes,
what's the next
You guys
point?
won't let him finish. You see?
Finish what? He didn't say anything, bro.
Finish what? He's
All he said
repeating
was,
himself.
I'm gonna finish on the same point that I said.
Brother, I tried to give you.
How?
Dude, are you kidding
Shut
me?
up,
You think we
Coco.
have to sit here while he says the same 3 sentences 27 times? We don't.
Try the
How
next
do you
point.
know what he's saying?
Let's try the next
Because
point.
we all heard him say
We
it
listened to him.
27 times. So like, and
Look,
we
Coco,
even did try to
mute
give
up.
him an
Go
explanation.
read it back.
I'm like, no, that isn't even true, man. The globe can't explain stuff like the core. We don't have to. He just said, oh, the only thing the globe can't explain is some super far away galaxy. That isn't true. He also knows that no one here agrees. He can't explain a sunrise or sunset. The entire point he's making is disingenuous, which is why everyone was already frustrated. We let him say it, then he said it 12 times. So it's like, bro, what you're saying isn't true. And I explained this earlier to you when we talked, right? My understanding of flat earth is simply like, bro, I reject that model, man. Okay. It doesn't work. It's been falsified in multiple different ways. It just doesn't work. If you want to try to claim the earth's a way bigger globe and here's my other model, whatever, cool, dude, go ahead, present it.
Laurie dips.
Like,
Laurie's dips, man.
anyway, the point is like falsification's independent of replacement. And they don't care about that point. They're going to just get past it and then still demand a replacement over and over. And like, look, I definitely engaged with that for years. And I'm like, bro, I just think it's lame now. I just don't want to do that. And someone else can do it, but I don't want to do it. And I'm not going to argue about sunrise in 2026. And like, I think there's ample content that explains it. And obviously I don't want any room you guys can talk about it, but I'm just not interested in stuff like that.
Like, dude, that's like freaking 2008.
But it shows bad faith, bro. Like, bro, come on, man. You think he doesn't know he doesn't know our explanation for a sunset? Like he does. He just doesn't care, right? Like,
but if God's real, then why does bad thing happen? It's the same tier of argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, I know I have kind of harped on this point, bro, but it is like a pretty interesting phenomenon, man, because like flat Earth, if you think about it, like what's like the huge takeaway from flat Earth? Like if the Earth is flat, then why is it significant? And like, well, there's obviously some pretty major conspiracy, but I don't think it even has to be as big as people think. I just think like, you know, we have a model we built it based on the sky and it works for a lot of things and everyone just uses that. Maybe there's hidden lands, you know. It's a pretty simple thing. It could be hidden land. It doesn't have to be outside of Antarctica as an ice ring or whatever. It just could be land. But like the biggest takeaway of like the Earth not being what we were told is that it's not moving and it's the universe. Like if the Earth's in the center of the universe, that is such a huge paradigm shift. And so that's why I think in a way we've been like kind of trapped into letting so all these people escape acknowledging all the evidence that shows that, you know, like and maybe people are different. Maybe they think that that's not the big takeaway, you know, but like you heard Professor Parks be like, well, I already believe in God. Even so all these people escape Antarctica as an ice ring or whatever, just could be land. But like the biggest takeaway of like the Earth not being what we were told is that it's not moving and it's in the center of the universe. Like if the Earth's in the center of the universe, that is such a huge paradigm shift. And so that's why I think in a way we've been like kind of trapped into letting so all these people escape acknowledging all the evidence that shows that, you know, like and maybe people are different. Maybe they think that that's not the big takeaway, you know, but like you heard Professor Parks be like, well, I already believe in God, even though I don't think that. Well, it's like, I get that's what's up, right? A lot of people, they think that the idea of God is insane. They don't realize like, well, if the Earth's in the center of the universe, how to be placed there. I just think that like going back to the fundamental like that, I mean, like, okay, let's go through this as a step. Okay, they claim to go to space. Look, we've got them lying. Throw that out. We trust that. Okay, is the Earth actually moving? And then, like, wait, is it even curving? That's my opinion, at least, as to like the proper progression. If someone can't be real with me about the first two, I'm not going to argue with Lori about sunsets. No, he can't be honest with me about, you know, the Earth being in the center. Because it's obviously bad faith. It's obviously a waste of time. You will. It's not. The intention is not to reach a conclusion or figure out the truth of something. It's literally just to waste your time. I already know what's going to happen, right? When I start debating again, and I try to line up these debates with some like, you know, professors, and I want to debate about geocentrism, it's going to be, oh, look, Austin went and saw the sun, and now he's trying to grift geocentrism, and he can't defend flat Earth. And it's like, all right, I mean, you know, nah, I mean, go watch my content. Done this the whole time, but just a heads up, that is what I'm going to do, right? I think it's so much, people are so much more receptive to that at first. And if you just lead with flat Earth, they just like their brain shuts off. They've heard like caricatures of both sides and they just tune out. I think you have a way better chance of reaching way more people, like them actually listening to you if you introduce like the geocentrism thing, right?
This is true.
I don't know about you, but personally, for the past year, 2 years, I've been really pushing hard in these communities, especially towards flat earthers, the reason why a model is needed. So many people here understand that, you know, understand the current reality that a model is needed. They know why it's needed, not necessarily to disprove the globe, but even for their own sake. And most importantly, I really hammered this in, the globe. When it comes to flat versus globe, flat will never, ever, ever, ever in the light of day beat the globe. The globe will never lose until flat Earth has a more not just a model. Right now, we don't even have a model, but a more predictable model than the globe. Until that is established, okay, this is not going to occur with.
He wants a
I'm
replacement.
not speaking to Witsit, by the way, but this is not going to occur via Discord debates or other kind of debates until the communal work is required on this. Shane and Alan are already a big part of it. Until this is done, and something real, a model that is testable, repeatable with systems can go head to head against the globe and not just match it, beat it.
Wait.
It'll never happen. The earth could be flat. We could be living a lie, but we will continue to live under this lie until this happens. That's my reality. This is what I understand.
Your reality? Okay, then if you have that reality, can you please provide the test for the globe model and the globe model at that point?
That's such a different view.
The scientific globe model.
The reason I even was like got so obsessed with this and started making content about it was like my intention there was we have to show the world that this idea that we're like this tiny little speck of dust in this huge universe tucked away in some insignificant corner, just all random and chaotic, isn't true. It's a lie. Really, where we live is like this crazy intricate system that's placed in the center, and there's like this mind-blowing light show above us that was like made for us. And so like clearly we have domain here, so we are super important. It's almost like we are the show. Whatever's above us, they're watching us, right? Like we're the main attraction. And that means like this place is super important. It was obviously placed here. It means that you're super important. And then that leads you down like, oh, well, there's a creator, there's a purpose to this. That is such a major shift. To me, that's like the only reason I would invest so many years of it into my life, right? Like there are so many truths that I've come across that I wasn't like, you know what, I need to start making content about this. You know, like, so, and if the reason that you're obsessed with it or the conversation is because you want a model, in theory, if you get your perfect model, what is that going to do for you? What is that going to do for the world, right? Everyone's different, but I think people like for example, like my daughters are young. Can imagine like Aaliyah in a couple years going to some school and they just completely brainwash her, rip her brain out of her head and just tell her like this insanity about the globe and the solar system and dinosaurs and all that, and just warp her whole view of reality from such a young age. And I just thought that a lot of us agree that that is the actual enemy. That's the actual goal is to help like the younger generation not get swooped up in that, wake up enough people that they can keep their children from being swooped up in that. I don't know. Clearly, we're in a pretty crazy time period. We're clearly just going to shift. There's going to be the people that got the chip, and there are people that didn't get the chip here soon, seemingly so. Like I definitely want to argue the same people about sunsets forever. Dude, I try to think back to like my journey of this whole topic and like the major milestones of when like I got like those goosebumps and I realized the lie. And like them faking space was the first big one. It just like shell shocked me and like changed my whole view on reality. And I realized there was a lie that big that all of that, they're faking all of that when they're claiming that they're in space. That was huge, like insane to me. Another major one was that we were in the center. When I started looking through it, it's like, wait, all these people that we're told are like geniuses, Hubble, Hawking, Einstein, all these people straight up tell you all the evidence shows that we're in the center of the universe. But we're not. It's just an illusion. It's like that was another moment for me where I was like blown away. The deception that big had been like carried out. If you guys agree, but I still think that those two right there are huge.
Let's say I'm addressing you, Witsit, right? Just to be clear, because you're talking about journey now, so I'm on the right topic. It's been a long journey, right? 3 years ago, I left home with a signpost to Flat Earth that pointed to Eric Dubay. Right, that was the signpost, and that was, as I reached there, that was inadequate. The next signpost took me to Dave, Flat Earth Dave. I found that inadequate. The next signpost led me to you. All right, and that was adequate for a time because it had some depth to it. So the people you were debating had some depth. I listened to all your shows up to School in the Globe was 21, and you were the signpost direction on the code, all right. But then at that point, something changed for me. I realized something else was going on. And now here I am. Here I am, nearly 3 years later, and I'm here in front of you. And you on a YouTube, on a podcast, you were kind of one of these, celebrities. So, but here I am, and now, can I be clear? Is that today I've reached you, I've asked you a question, and you are pointing in the direction of Joe Hanley. So it seems to me that's the direction I need to go in now from you, because you've reached the limit of your situation.
Do you need a model and an idol to feel safe and secure?
Hang on, I'm talking to Witsit, not you. Nearly finished. You're talking about going back to debate. Please tell me, what is your argument for flat Earth? Logical syllogism.
My argument has always been the same, man. The default position is that the Earth is a stationary topographic. The default position, based on empirical evidence, there's a claim that comes in after that. And claims, well, actually, it may appear that way, but it's actually a ball curving and spinning and revolving. That new claim that comes in has a burden of proof. It doesn't meet that burden of proof.
Then statement for
that's
me, please.
It. Brother, that's my
then statement.
Simple.
Can you put it into an if-then statement so I'm clear about it? A logical syllogism. So that I don't have to attack the man, I can look at the argument. That might help me when I go and speak to Joe Hamby.
You bring up Joe Hamby when he's like just a guy that did one demonstration about one question you have about the sun.
Yeah, it's who you pointed me to explain the thing that you did, because I was speaking to you and you did something in reality. Joe Hamby just shone a torch at some object, that you actually did this thing and went to the place he's talking about. I'm talking to you and you pointed me to Joe Hamby. So that's the next signpost on the road. It might be a detour, but I just want to be clear. What is your logical syllogism that you will be presenting when you go to debating flat Earth, so that I can understand what that is, please?
Sorry, my mic just randomly is going out. I just explained my position about flat Earth, right?
Your position isn't an argument, is it? It's a statement. You're making a statement.
It's a falsification of the other one. If
it's not an argument, though, Witsit.
Yeah, well, okay.
You know full well what I'm asking for, Witsit. You know full well what I'm asking for. The central.
You're trying to sell us a book that
I'm not freaking out.
We don't want to use your model. It's been falsified.
Brother, check this out, man.
The central point of the debate is to have an argument. Have you got one?
Listen, man, actually, the way the debates actually work, right, is there's a positive claim and there's a negative position, right? So the positive claim...
You don't have an argument then, is that what you're saying?
You're just, first of all, obviously I can make a positive argument for flat Earth, but what you need to understand is it's an improper framing.
I'm asking for a logical syllogism.
Okay, dude, this is not a conversation, dude. This is you acting like you can bully me. Like,
I'm not bullying you. I'm asking you a question.
You're not letting me answer it.
Witsit. It's been a long time.
You gotta chill, man. Like, it's an improper framing, right? Like, technically, yeah, saying the Earth is flat is a positive claim. Okay, if the Earth is flat, it'll measure the surface of the Earth will measure flat. If the Earth is a plane, the surface of the Earth will measure flat. If the Earth is stationary, then it will be measured stationary, or will not be measured moving. Right? Like it's an improper framing in reality, because like I said, it's just the default empirical position. So in a real debate, the proper framing of this is the globe is the positive claim. They're going to say the Earth is a globe. and then present evidence for it. So that's a falsification.
Okay, so your argument sounds
to falsify positive claims. That's not how it works.
It's a nice script, but your argument sounds very much like Nathan Oakley's. If the Earth is flat, we measure it flat. We measure it flat. The Earth is flat. And that sounds exactly like what you just said.
Oh.
Well, then present it in an if-then statement for me that makes it clear, because then there'd be no argument about it.
Elder Bear, would you buy a boat that doesn't float? Would you buy a boat that doesn't float?
Yo, he's trying to talk to Witsit, honestly.
I'm talking to Witsit. That's all I said. Not you other guys who are here. Listen,
would you buy a boat
He's
that
not trying to converse with Witsit. No, he's not. He's trying to talk through him.
What I've learned in 3 years so far is that you guys are trying to protect people. Right? The Globers protect the flat earthers protect the Globers. I'm talking to Witsit. It's been a long journey. Please have some respect for what I've been through to get here.
The irony of you trying to exploit others.
I think it's a very. I think it's. Hang on. I think it's a valid question to ask Witsit for a logical syllogism for his position.
He already explained.
Or you can say, I don't have one.
The room is tired of listening to you yap through him.
Elder, they're not going to let you, and the mods not allowing you to do it. So it is what it is, right?
I know they're not.
Why would you say that?
You guys are we're hearing something.
Stop doing this behavior, like right now.
What behavior? What behavior?
Witsit also doesn't want to answer you because he also didn't claim his space from his
the behavior I'm referring to is deliberately being noisy through Austin's replies.
I told you. I came
and answered your question. You responded and said, "Nice script," and then just repeated what you're saying again.
Then
so
put it to me in the form of a logical syllogism, Witsit, so I can understand it more clearly.
Yeah, he did. He said if it's flat, then it would be measured flat. He just doesn't know whether it's measured flat or not. He won't take that step.
If there's a plane, it will measure flat. But like, this is the thing: you actually
is it measured flat?
Yeah, of course. But you measure you ignore
so it is
the
measured
major
flat then, right?
All right, you gotta let Witsit talk, please. Thanks.
Yes, of course. But you ignore the major point I'm making, which is that it's actually an improper framing. Because it's the default empirical position.
It's your syllogism. You've just made it.
Buddy.
Don't say it's an improper framing.
Stop whining to him every time he replies to you. It's fucking stupid. For fuck's sake.
Come on, Witsit.
Shut the fuck up.
You just no, why should he shut the fuck up? If Witsit gave an argument and said that was his argument, then he should be able to defend it, surely.
Yeah, he should shut the fuck up.
Has he measured the Earth
flat? He whines through him. Stop doing that. Act like a man.
Not you. Has Witsit measured the Earth flat?
Yeah, measure the surface of the Earth. Yeah, it's flat.
How did you measure it flat?
No one's measured the curve. Far out.
Multiple ways.
No, we're talking to Witsit. We're talking to Witsit. Witsit presented the argument. Come on.
It's an open forum. Congratulations.
Multiple ways. He's put plane. I helped plane survey. Or
you've helped.
You helped, or you did it. What do you mean help?
He showed me how to do it, and I did it with him. Plane surveying. You know what that is?
And what did he measure? What was the measurement he got of the flat Earth?
No, there's a portion of the Earth. You keep like objectifying the Earth.
What measurement did he obtain, Witsit, that gave you the idea the Earth was flat?
We consistently measured.
Every time he replies, you just keep talking to him.
Yeah, you measure sections of the Earth.
We're looking for clarity.
They're all flat.
Elder Bear, where's the hostility coming from? I mean, obviously he's
I'm talking to well, the hostility comes is in a frustration that I can't talk to Witsit without you guys white knighting for him, trying to silence me and cover up for him and give his answers.
Exactly what your behavior is. You keep yapping to him every time you hear him reply. Stop pretending you want to hear his answer.
Yeah, Witsit's the one who presented an argument now, okay?
Stop pretending you want to hear his answer.
The Earth
every time he replies, you yap
it's measured flat.
You've been hearing you do that
sounds like a begging the question.
Stop doing it.
All right. Well, look, I'm willing to take anyone else. This guy's, I don't know. We got a live one.
Witsit said he hadn't measured the Earth flat. Somebody showed him what they were doing. And from that, he deduced that the Earth was flat.
He said
what was it?
Dumbass.
Hang on.
Hang on. Irritating dumbass. He said he
I'm
did
now
it.
asking.
Your model's been
falsified. No, he didn't.
Gregory
No, he didn't. He said that somebody showed him.
Elder Bear.
Somebody showed him.
Look,
mods, please stop.
Look, I'm going to make this very clear for the whole room. Actually, I am not a young buck, okay, and I do not stay up 24 hours a day. And I'm not going to babysit a bunch of grown adults in a chat room. So if I have to mute you because you're being ridiculous and not allowing regular conversation to take place, I might be a little lazy and not unmute you, because I'm not going to just mute, unmute. I don't live that life. So please do not be on that list, because you might stay there for a while.
Okay, so Witsit said that somebody showed him what they were doing with plane surveying. Is that clear, Witsit, or you said something else?
Yeah, man, he walked me through it. I did it with him. But look, let me ask you a question, man. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it?
No, you did it, Witsit. You did it. So that's the question. What was it when the guy measured this Earth flat? What was it? The measurements that told you it was flat.
They were theodolite measurements that were consistently flat.
There was no elevation change measured.
No, not where we were. It was negligible.
Can I just clarify? Plane surveyor used the theodolite to show you that the Earth was measured flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he gave you guys a pretty clear if-then statement, so you guys didn't want to answer it. You're avoiding it.
No, he never mentioned a theodolite. He just said plane surveying, which somebody showed him.
That's not what he just said to you.
Witsit didn't do it. Witsit didn't have his hand on the tools.
That's not what he just said to you 3 seconds ago.
He walked beside some guy.
That's
or
not
maybe
what
he
he
didn't.
just
Maybe
said to
just
you
somebody
3
told
seconds
him.
ago.
Yeah, that's not true. He showed me how to do it, and I did it. And it's super simple. So, but this is the thing, right? This is
Where
why
did you do it?
So wait a minute. So Witsit, you know the method to use that plane surveyors use with theodolites to measure the Earth flat.
Yeah, vaguely. This was freaking 7 years ago.
Well, it doesn't matter. You are now the cited source for measuring the Earth flat. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is all very simple, right? If the surface of the Earth isn't curved, brother, you're immediately interrupting.
Hang on, there's something that's central to your argument.
I just gave you the warning, bro. It's over, bro. Yeah. You're done. You're done.
Okay. So anyway, and this one, my whole point is improper framing, right? Like if the surface of the Earth isn't curving, then it's what, right? And there's endless amounts of things that have shown this, right? Participated in mirror flashes, long distance observations, both infrared, not infrared, different elevations, theodolite measurements with the plane surveyor. I've even walked up on random planes, people just doing surveying, right? Like everyday people, and talked to them, asked the questions, seen what they were measuring right then. I've only actually participated in it one time. It seems very simple to me though, and there was a slight elevation change in a couple sections, but it was relatively flat where we were. And that's what that method is used for, literally everything, the entire world, the way that it's built, all of it, all construction in the real world. We use the assumption, quote unquote, that the Earth is flat. We have to utilize the Earth to literally build everything that we use, all infrastructure that exists on the Earth. Therefore, when I say it's the default position, it isn't just some script, it's just a you're going to come in here and tell me that it's actually curving, even though we have to treat it as flat. We measure it as flat for all infrastructure that exists. You have burden of proof, bro.
Witsit, I came into this arena a fair few years ago to point out to flat earthers that surveyors do not measure the Earth flat. You should have come for a talk. You should have actually come to talk with somebody.
Should have, could have, would have,
done it. Because you've just seemed to have claimed that there's a profession of people, a professional group of people that measure the Earth flat. You don't realise what you're doing when you're speaking these things. You don't realise what happens when people say what happens in reality. And
you don't know his thoughts as you presume to prognosticate what's in his mind.
Measure the Earth flat, Witsit.
Yeah, we don't. Pedantic about the fact that it's not literally perfectly flat and there are elevation changes, because I already addressed that. I mean, if your whole argument is the colloquial use of flat, I mean, come on, man.
for making those statements that you're leading them into.
Yeah, Witsit, as a land
doing
surveyor,
it.
we don't measure it flat.
So make the pedantic point that it's not technically perfectly flat and there are elevation changes?
No, you'll
No,
get to hear
I'm
about
saying
the
we don't assume it's flat.
horizontal distance proof of globe, Witsit. You will get to hear about it.
I'll just read it again. So here we go. Plane surveying is a method of measuring and mapping features on the Earth's surface, operating under the assumption that this surface is flat. It is commonly utilized for smaller mapping projects, such as those related to construction, archaeological sites, and infrastructure developments.
Yes,
This process involves using instruments like the plane table and the light to accurately determine distances and angles, ultimately creating a detailed and scaled map. This is what we
in
use
this arena,
in the real world.
Out there in the real world, that won't work. You're not going to turn surveyors into flat earthers.
Stop chanting.
Flat Earth measuring people.
Stop chanting.
For certain YouTubers to be able to do what you're doing.
Stop chanting.
It's not going to work.
Unless you have an argument, then shut up.
Exactly. Like, come on.
Plenty of arguments.
You didn't make an argument.
Scared of him.
So if you look into the PLSS system, you would realize that we know the Earth isn't flat and we don't treat it that way.
Yeah, we know that. Yes.
So again, just make an assertion once again as though just you asserting that is enough to refute him.
Do you want me to pull up the source?
If you're going to show that they assume that it's a globe, but for smaller segments, we just treat it like
for large segments.
You're not going to get a professional surveyor
up to 100 square miles.
Confirm your method for measuring the Earth flat. It won't.
Hey, buddy,
look, how many times are we going to listen to them reply with non-arguments over and over and over again?
You'll get to hear the arguments. Don't worry.
So,
see you later, guys.
Then hurry up and get there. Then stop chanting.
Surveying, assume the Earth is flat.
So, what do you understand about the PLSS system, like, and how you make townships, quadrangles, and sections?
Square mile, where belief in the curvature of Earth is entirely neglected. And what you're talking about is going to now map it all together. And when you stitch it all together, assuming it's a globe, then you just transfer that over to like a geoid. And that's just, of course, reifying the model. And it means nothing to me.
I mean, we can go back to before they even had a geoid. I mean, what do you want to go back to?
The same point.
But anyway, so like, do you know about how like quadrangles, townships, and sections are made in the PLSS system?
Small segments of measurements, completely neglecting curvature, and then you're going to stitch them together, and you have a system that assumes it's a globe, which means literally nothing.
Do you know how big a township is?
Stitch together different segments of plane measurements.
No, it's not stitched together. It's actually opposite of that. You start big and then you break it down to smaller.
How big is a township? Sometimes my mic's just not coming through.
A township is 36 square miles.
Okay, so we use plane surveying up to 10 square miles. So if we were going to make a township, then we would have to stitch together multiple segments, right?
No. So again, a township is just 1/4 of a quadrangle. So like, no, you start big and then you go smaller.
You're talking about plane surveying?
I'm talking about the PLS system.
What is that?
The public land surveying system in America, and how townships, sections, quadrangles are made, principal meridians.
Does it like account for curvature or something?
Well, we have to do standard parallels.
Standard
Dude, why do
parallels.
I keep cutting out? Plane surveying doesn't account for curvature, just factually, right? And I mean, I can just show you like the government plane survey sources that'll explain that we use plane surveying, completely neglecting curvature, and we use it for up to 100 square miles. And when we start to make maps, we're just going to take those measured sections and put them together. And yes, you guys have a reference model, right? That you then put that onto. That reference model is simply assumed. We're talking about the actual physical measurements themselves.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. The actual physical measurements themselves, where you start off with the principal meridian, you go north and south, and you set mile markers every half a mile. You set monuments every half a mile, every 40 chains. And then from those, like you, every 24 miles is the quadrangle, and then you break that up. And then you start big and then you go smaller. So it's not like we stitch like a 1 mile section to the next 1 mile section to the next 1 mile section. No, it's not like that. We take a township and then we break that up into square miles. And one thing that you notice is that
the circle has been repeated. What's the next step?
One thing as you go, one thing that happens is townships don't align, and even inside just a township alone, you push like the error north and to the west, and you get this thing where you can't make a perfect square. It's just not possible.
It's the fourth time the circle has been repeated. What is the next damn step?
For what?
Not edifying anyone. So you don't have anything else to say. Just
no, like
and your
no. I'm not saying no. I'm saying like, why don't the townships
If I still
align?
man, can I try to still man? Yeah, you're trying to still man you. You're saying that if you just take the measurements or the sections and you don't account for curvature, you can't make a perfect square. And you're saying that the reason you can't is because assuming there's no curvature doesn't match what's actually there because it is curving.
I'm saying that if the earth was flat, townships would align no matter how far north or south you go, like no matter which range you're in.
What are you trying to claim that when you putting the townships together that you have to make the exact corrections of the globe, that they're all slightly off of each other? Because that would mean that when they don't fit together, you would know exactly how off they are. And it's just the slightest amount imaginable.
Yeah, the townships don't align. As you go north from the principal.
They don't align to the globe, is what we're asking?
No, if the earth was flat, they would perfectly align.
If the earth was flat, they would perfectly align.
Wait, what's the reference point? Like if I'm going to align them, I need a baseline.
Yeah, that's called the principal meridian.
Okay.
So you like
see how none of your replies fit together? Make them fit together. Make it make sense.
So there's I think there's 13 different principal meridians, and you can search online the BLM website, and you can actually see the year's original surveys, how it was done, the measurements made, the field notes, the monuments sent, all of this stuff. It's all available online.
Okay, so you did exactly what I said, right?
Yeah.
You have a reference model. You're pulling that data from the reference model of the globe. Yes.
No.
Yes.
What reference model were they using in 1855?
The geoid model. It's I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of it. And it definitely existed in 1855. You kidding me, dude? And they use astronomical alignments as well. That's the whole point. The primary
about
mapping.
The ellipsoid.
Yeah, ellipsoid. Yeah, that's what I meant. Not geoid. Not geoid.
Right. So the ellipsoid was created in 1855 by the Clark. You think about the Clarkson ellipsoid.
Yeah, and the Clark method. Yeah,
determined and it started off in Meade's Ranch.
Whatever. I'm asking about the Clark method briefly or vaguely, and it is an ellipsoid model. You're taking your data from that, and you're like, hey, look, if we assume it's flat, it doesn't match the ellipsoid model. It's like, yeah, no, of course, dude.
No, but they got the ellipsoid by measuring America.
Well, that's a totally different argument, right? So and trust me, I have looked into that. Okay. But before we go there, you realize the shift you just did, the bait and switch, right? Where you tried to present it as though if you just go out onto the earth and you start making measurements and you assume it's flat, then you can't stitch stuff together. But in reality, we find out that the initial point is the principal meridian, which is coming from a data set built upon so that
you
isn't
start
the
off
initial
with
point.
No. The principal meridian is created from the initial point.
Okay, yeah, that's the reference line, though.
No, it's just a point.
No, the principal meridian is the reference line.
You created from, yeah, the principal meridian is, but like it's created from an initial point that it's not like just there.
Okay, well, that's
measured.
my point. Though. The reference line is the principal meridian. Where did you get that data?
By measuring from the initial point.
Okay, wait. So, okay, you said that there was a system that you have to go reference, and there are multiple principal meridians that exist in the PLSS system or whatever, right?
It's not a system you reference. It's the PLSS system is the system we used that is for America specifically, not in like the Eastern colonies, because there's a difference. That's meets and bounds. The PLSS system is unique to America.
Okay. So it goes all the way back to an ellipsoid model.
No.
Right?
No.
Okay.
You said when you stitched it up, it doesn't align to the prime meridian baseline. Would you presuppose?
We created the prime meridians from initial points. Surveyors.
Okay. So a long time ago. So you're using the data that's there. That's what I just said. Then you said no. Like, yeah, you're going to go.
Because I'm talking about like actually going back to how they did it in 1855. It's not like those principal meridians were there in 1859.
Yeah. Have you actually read the book that he wrote explaining the Clark method? Because he explains very
parts
clearly.
of it.
Yeah, he explains very clearly that they had to make all kinds of corrections, and that they start with the astronomical data, and that they're having to fix the discrepancies between the actual measurements, and then trying to stitch those together into an ellipsoid, right? And it's like the way that they got that ellipsoid. Yes. The way that they got that.
They created the ellipsoid based off the measurements. They didn't use the measurements to fit into an ellipsoid.
Happened.
That's exactly what happened.
I have read through the book. That is not what happened. The entire objective was to map out the United States, and there were multiple huge surveys that happened over the course of decades, all this. And what happened, right, was they're trying to get all the measurements, and they're like localized flat measurements. They're trying to stitch them all together to build the bigger ellipsoid model. That was the objective, right?
That wouldn't work unless you have corrections.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Clark method was all about the corrections needed to go from these localized flat measurements into building ultimately a reference ellipsoid. Right. And so, it was like a whole thing. And it took decades. And this is where the Globers would always try to end up invoking these quote unquote measurements that they made from like mountaintops and having spherical excess and stuff. And when you dive all the way into it, you find out that it's 100% them just affirming the consequent, reifying the model, and it comes from astronomical points. The initial data point was actually astronomical points. So they looked at the sky and they assumed that the reason the stars are in the position that they are is because they're over top of a globe, and the changes in the angles are based on that. And they took that, transposed it onto the ground. Then they had to take these localized flat measurements, which, I mean, go all the way back to freaking George Washington, dude. He was a surveyor, right?
I'm confused. How is it that we look at the stars assuming that it's a globe to make our measurements, but we measure the Earth assuming it's flat? How do we do that? How do we do both at once?
Well, we don't look at the stars to make our measurements. They look at the stars to create the reference of the ellipsoid. So before,
You
like that
said
was
that we assume the stars are sitting over a globe
correct.
when we make our measurements.
Well, we make our measurements and then apply them to that reference ellipsoid they're building, and where they initially built the ellipsoid from was the sky. And this is
Okay, so
explained
when we
in the
measure
book.
the Earth, we assume it's spherical then.
No. When we actually measure it, we do not assume it's spherical. Hence why when they you realize they didn't actually like remeasure every square inch of the US, right? They used existing surveys going all the way back. And George Washington was a surveyor, for example. So there was a lot of
Which
the
survey
US.
did George Washington use going all the way back?
Well, George Washington did all kinds of surveys. What are you talking about?
No. Which surveys did you said like they used surveys going all the way back? Like who?
Yeah, I'm saying like whenever they were trying to map out the United States, like in the mid 1800s, when there was an area that already had existing surveys, they used that data. They didn't go remeasure every square inch. There were just areas
It's
that had not
against
been
the.
measured.
Well, you can do a resurvey, but like no, like do
Yeah,
the
but that's not
legal
what they
law.
did
Like
because they.
even if
It's
you
not.
measure something slightly different, like the old survey holds legally.
Well, that's my whole point, though, right? So what the objective
Is it?
was to go around and take all of the freaking surveys that already existed and then put them all together and work them into a reference ellipsoid that could then be used for surveying going forward, right? And for
No,
you to come
they
along at the
completely
end of it,
changed the system. They didn't use any of the system that George Washington used. It was a
dude, you're
completely new
not what
system.
yeah, exactly. They were building a new system with an ellipsoid. So they're like, hey, Earth's a ball.
No,
All these other people didn't assume the Earth's a ball. They just measured small little plane surveys, and their objective was to literally build a reference ellipsoid model that could then be used for surveying going forward. Because if you think the Earth's a globe, then you're going to have to take your measurements and then put it over on the globe. So, ironically, the point you're making is that in reality, we measure the Earth flat locally, but if we assume it's a globe, we then have to transfer that over. Now, what you do in modern days is that's so built out that you're getting all of your initial references from that ellipsoid that's already built for you. And now you're going to go take a local measurement and you're going to have to fit it onto that. So if you're using that ellipsoid system's baselines, right, as you go along the north and south, right, like a longitudinal line, for example, you're going to have to make corrections because it's curving, because it's an ellipsoid model. So, of course, that's not going to match up, right? Because you're trying to put flat on sphere.
I mean, I asked this. What's the non-correction? What is this? Okay, if the global one is fake, what is this? Every flat earther is saying this, right? All across the board. We need to hold someone accountable. We need answers. What is the flat Earth map? If the glober is wrong and we know why they're wrong, they're assuming curvature, so we can. What is the correct setup? And okay, I'm not asking you directly, but when saying what's the correct setup, this isn't to test it and your coastline is off by a mile and to be picky. Anything besides the Gleason map.
All
You see
maps
what
are
this has
flat
turned
maps.
into? Yeah, you see what it's turned into? Like
It's
the
turned
point.
into we
Oh my
need
God.
substance. We don't just want to be
No.
lullabied
So
by,
prevent him
bro.
from replying,
It's been
right,
4
Gatebreaker?
hours and Flat Earth has
Right,
no
Breaker?
map.
Just prevent him from replying, right?
Yeah, so it was like
Right.
whole pressuring me to fulfill the burden of measurements, da da da, and someone said that's not how surveying works. And I then once we get down to it, it was like, oh, where's your total map, right? And that's what it all comes down to: is that there's an ellipsoid model, and if we're saying, hey, that's not reality, they want a replacement. When I'm talking about the literal, physical, empirical measurements locally are flat objectively, and we do not account for curvature. And if we did, we could not build the entire infrastructure of the world: bridges, runways, railways, roads, you name it, right? We use a flat Earth and we take all that data and then we put it on the assumption of a globe, which is an ellipsoid model.
So listen, man, I hear you. I mean, you're choosing. It's not important to you. It's important for me, and I could demonstrate why it's important. I could show why these fundamental building blocks are required and need to be established before we can start making claims in step 3. So it's okay. You know, you do what you got to do. I understand why a map is important, and I will continue to share the reasons why throughout time. Thank you.
Yeah, when you really dig all the way into this, right? Like when people have taken like Google Maps with this within this ellipsoid assumption of a curvature, because you present it as though the globe map works perfectly, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, right? And like even when you use like GPS in reality day to day, it's constantly updating, live time, and correcting. Like people have like thrown a dash cam and recorded the Google Maps within the globe little map, right? It has all like quote unquote map, because actual maps are flat, but it's a projection. It has like, for example, all kinds of curves all throughout it. When the guy actually drives, there are no curves. And so what has that effectively done? It's added distance, or inversely subtracted distance. And that is a real thing that people have gone out and shown, but it's something that almost no one would ever notice, would never even think of. Or if I'm going to ride my bike for 23 miles and use my GPS, it actually ends up being 21.8 miles. I'm never going to notice because it's just going to update gradually as I go. And so people now take this GPS model and they think it's like definitive proof and irreplaceable and all these things. But in reality, it's just an updating system that actually isn't even completely accurate. It updates as you use it. And then if you really get into it, it's super sketchy. The most precise and accurate GPS that's known, it's like under wraps, you know what I mean, by the military. And of course they have a sufficient cover story for that they don't want, you know, other people to know exactly how accurate they can position people and find people, whatever. So it sounds good to be like, dude, Flat Earth doesn't even have a map. We have to use the globe to be able to travel and to navigate, and every day, and we use GPS every day. It's like, but in the real world, like it doesn't even actually match. People have gone out and shown it. Like I've seen it done multiple times. Like, okay, like in Australia, for example, because Australia is like a pretty crazy thing, right? Like there's a huge difference between like this idea of a flat Earth map and a globe map. And they've shown like major stretches of land, right? Where on the map it's got like say it's got all kinds of curves, but when you drive it, it's just like straight the whole time. So does that make sense? Wait, I thought the globe map was true. So why does it have fake roads on it? Adding distance. Why does it like that makes no sense. And so if you get my major point here, or if you're traveling over great distances over the ocean, like you think you're accurately tracking your navigation, you're not. You're literally just the GPS is updating as you're traveling. And then you get into directions. How do we determine directions? What are directions? Right? Well, we use a compass, we use magnetic field lines. And those can just have us like those can slightly be converging somewhere, and you're just going to follow that as though you're in your mind going straight in one direction, but you're actually slightly curving the whole time along a field line. The way that we actually navigate the Earth is so huge. So when we're talking about maps on this huge Earth and navigating the Earth over vast distances, it is so much more complex than the way that people like to present it as this. The globe map is perfect and GPS works. That isn't how it works in reality. So that's why if we go all the way back to the base, it's like, well, look, the surface of the Earth is consistently measured to be flat. We have to use it that way to build everything that exists. Okay, there's a claim that comes along and says, well, yeah, it looks like that because it's just so big that locally it seems like it's flat. Right? That's the positive claim, man, contrary to the default empirical position. That's why I said that it needs to be reframed. And yes, I do understand things like you are like, dude, well, I need a map. I need a replacement. It's like, well, okay. Do you understand how you got what you have? Because it cost billions of dollars and centuries of royal families and insane expenditures and exploration of coastlines and all kinds of stuff. Took forever. And the globe consistently fell apart. And as they went out further and further south, the globe didn't work at all. And people got lost and people died, and it cost literally billions of dollars. And you act like we should be able to come along as flat earthers in 2026 and just jump up and give you a replacement. And what's even crazier is after they did that, like with the royal family, the king then gave a decree that no one was allowed to make a map unless it literally utilized their longitude and latitude system. It was illegal to make a map unless it adhered to that.
What doesn't really make sense is that like when there was new land to go out there and like get those resources, they sent people out there to survey so they can give the land to people to make money off the land. That was what the government did. So why wouldn't government do that again?
Wait, what do you, I mean? I didn't follow you.
Literally, like when the government wanted to give land, like the Homestead Act and everything, they sent people out to survey it. So this way they can give it to people. So this way people go and farm it. This way they can get the resources from the land. That's what like the government did. When there was new land to make money off of, you need people to make money from that land. So they sent people out there. So why wouldn't they do that again?
Well, you're saying like in theory, if there's other land, why would they do that? Yeah, well, because at the time, like just use the United States, right? Like they literally were just trying to encourage people to expand throughout it. Like the same reason, like trying to push people west. Like there was just so much land, and like you said, they wanted them to literally like farm it, etc. Things are way different now, right? Like now, land is like one of obviously the most valuable assets. It's the one thing they're not making more of, to quote the quote, right? As it being one of the best investments ever. And at this point, like if you have a private island, it's incredibly valuable. Like look what Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump are doing right now, right? So
yeah,
like
they want to build a resort. They want people to go there.
I don't know that that's exactly even the case, but my point is that
they're literally bulldozing it right now to build a resort.
Okay. What my point is,
that
like,
majestic, beautiful island that was just so amazing. She's
well, yeah, it was also
public resort.
It was used in the Cold War. It has tons of bunkers there. It has tons of bomb shelters there. And so, of course, conspiracy is that's why they're purchasing it. Just like Zuckerberg has his island and built an entire underground facility there. He's not having tons of people from the public coming there, man. So if you're trying to ask why would the government not give all the land to people, like
who's going to serve them?
They just have a staff there.
Oh, so they're going to bring people there. Okay.
Well, like a couple people that work for them. You think it's the same as the government giving land away to the public, man? Are you kidding me?
All I'm saying is that like people are going to be there. You're going to know about it. You know about this island before it's even been developed. You know about it.
Yeah, but look, dude, even back then, if they're like, okay, look, here's the deal. We're going to create this map and this is going to be the areas that we allow people. And these are going to be the areas that are for us. And that seems like a very simple concept.
And even the areas for us, they send construction workers there to develop it for them. So how come do you think construction workers are going to these lands beyond the wall?
I don't think there are lands beyond the wall. I don't believe in lands beyond the wall. So I don't know what that is. I mean,
you said that there's more land out there that they're hiding from us.
Well, no, I just think but not beyond a wall, right? Like, again, like if you try to travel the vastness of the oceans, like brother, you're just following your GPS that's updating. You're not able to keep up with your travel at all. And one of the major takeaways from my trip to Antarctica is realizing how vast this place is. Flying over the ocean and hitting Antarctica and seeing how huge it is. Brother, you know what everyone in this room knows? What they told you. Okay, this place is so huge and overwhelming, and people have been given like a little bundled up package, and they think that they fully understand everything about everything that's here, and it is incredibly expansive and mind-blowing, impossible to grasp, and it would be the easiest feat in the world to not let everyone know or the masses know about every piece of land here. It would be literally effortless to have islands here and there or a landmass over there where no one knows about.
You do agree construction workers would need to go there to at least like do something for them. Otherwise it's just wilderness, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but you could just sign an NDA, lie to them about where they're going. I mean, who knows? Who knows how long they've had it? Who knows if they? I don't really know. I mean, the conspiracy hole could go pretty deep there, right? Where I mean, they have like a group of people that just live there. They can make sure that they don't actually attain whatever, like contact with the outside world, as it were, quote unquote. Like having a slave population there. I mean, you're asking me to speculate crazy, and it's like,
it just seems like we know about
what
the
is his
richest.
deal and what is his point? Like people just don't decide.
Well,
to
because
steal
like
things? Is that his point?
The point. My point is like we know like the richest person in the world right now is like has more money than most governments, and we still know like what he's up to, where he goes, pretty much constantly. And like again, like
because
if you
someone
think that
decided to reveal it,
there's this secret.
What the fuck?
Elon Musk is such a front guy anyway. If you look into him at all, he's so clearly propped up in front of everyone, and everything about his backstory is a lie. And his father was arrested for technocracy, and it just goes on and on. But are you trying to suggest that if there were super wealthy elite bloodlines, that they wouldn't be capable of hiding some land and not letting people know about it, or hiding their identity?
They just cannot decide not to
I'm
talk.
saying the person with the most money that has more money than most countries, like even
the most money,
we know about those
based on what you've
locations.
been told.
We know about these things. We know that like if they have any land or anything that they need workers to get the resources out of it, they're not doing it themselves. So like where are these people? Why aren't they like we hear the strikes, we hear the protests, we hear all these things. Why are we just not able to hear about this one thing?
We're talking about people that do.
So you just don't grasp that people decide to speak or not. That's your struggle.
Or like even if you brought someone to some land and made them sign an NDA, you're good. But even beyond that, what if you literally just had people that lived there and reproduced and everything, and they were like your slave population, and you just keep them segregated from the rest of the world? You act like they would have to go give them an iPhone and be like, "Hey, here's X, bro." And bringing up Elon being wealthy is just like irrelevant. Like if you compare him to even previous kings and stuff, he's not even near as wealthy as them.
I'm not calling Elon a king. I'm just saying he is the wealthiest man in the world.
You didn't say you called him a king.
I'm just saying he's not even like as wealthy as kings from back in the day. That's all I'm explaining to you.
He's a way more wealthier.
No, he's not actually. Like if you actually look,
he has more wealth than most countries.
I'm talking about
overall
kings
point?
that have existed in the past were way wealthier than he is today. Actually, if you account for inflation and the gold that yes. So look up who's the wealthiest person in the world. It's going to tell you Elon Musk and say,
he's the first trillionaire.
And say account for inflation.
I already did this. Augustus is first, Elon's second. This is before he was a trillionaire. So he's second
Augustus.
ever adjusted for inflation ever. All rulers, emperors ever.
Well, when I looked it up, he was like, that guy was worth many trillions. So he was like far ahead of Elon, right? So, but anyway, yeah.
Again, my point was to bring up someone's like the wealthiest person to show like we still know exactly where he is, what he does, like
yes,
like
but
all these things.
Saying that it isn't possible for someone to be wealthier than him and then choose to make sure that you couldn't know their identity.
No, but even
yes,
that,
I'm saying that's
like
impossible.
I know we have a president, and I know where the president is at all times.
Disagree.
Dude, you can't make that claim that you know where the president is at all times. Dude, just because they send Air Force One,
I don't think Elon Musk is the
it doesn't
president.
mean he's on that plane. You understand?
I don't think Elon Musk is the
this is
president.
insane
like, this is nonsense.
to me. Do you actually believe that?
I don't think Elon Musk is the president. Why would you say that?
Brother, have you researched Elon Musk at all? He is a front figure, dude. So I'm guessing that you're going to tell me it's just a coincidence that Werner von Braun was brought over here in Operation Paperclip.
We're not going to do that.
Time out. I'm guessing this is just a coincidence that he's brought over here. He writes a science fiction novel called Project Mars in the 40s. And then the main character's title is Elon.
I don't care.
And he founds the first civilization on Mars.
I don't
and then coincidentally, there's a guy named Elon Musk whose dad was arrested for technocracy and found guilty and then appealed it and won and only had to pay a $50 fine. And then his whole entire history is a lie. He's gone around publicly claiming stuff about his dad and his family, found it's a
I only
lie.
smoke weed. I don't take acid. I'm not going down this rabbit trail.
Time out. What I just said's a fact, though. Like that, there's a book from the 40s.
I don't
where
care.
the main character's title is Elon. And he founds the first civilization on Mars. You think it's a coincidence, or are you maybe just
care and shut up?
being lied to? Like it's so obvious that it's a script.
Has he done it yet?
No, but the point is, like, he's openly stated that that's his objective, and his name is Elon. You think it's a coincidence?
Oh, okay. That's great. Wow, that's amazing.
I'm asking if you think it's a coincidence.
No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think he probably knows about this book, and
and was coincidentally named Elon at the name of his birth, and coincidentally became the one guy that was actually wealthy and powerful enough to actually do it.
Oh, that part's like some of a coincidence. Yeah, some of it's a coincidence.
It would be a crazy coincidence, but and then when you start to really research it, you find out that a lot of the world's major events and people, they are perfectly predicted in science fiction novels, and then the world's a script. It's just a script.
What would you say, like, the odds are of that happening?
I would say extremely low, right? Because only one guy has ever even been in the position of Elon Musk, right? Like to be as powerful as him.
I'm just saying roughly, what do you think the odds are?
I mean, 1 in so many millions, dude. So
okay, how many people have been born since that book came out?
It's the sea lion.
Oh no! That's not how the odds would work.
Why not?
Because it isn't just about being born, and you then have to have the same name.
You said the odds are 1 in millions.
Okay, so how many people have been born?
So so millions of people, more
how
than that.
How many people have been born with the name Elon?
Billions have been, okay, but no, it doesn't matter. Billions of people have been born.
How many people have been born with the name Elon?
One out of those billions of people this would happen to. It's like,
do you not understand how to actually do the odds properly?
Yes.
To actually do the odds properly, you would have to say how many people were born with the name Elon.
No, you use the amount of people born. No, you just use the amount of people born.
Okay, then why couldn't any one of those billions be the guy that actually says he's going to take us to Mars and be worth trillions and all that, and then have a totally different name?
What are you talking about? It happened.
But why wouldn't he just have a totally different name? The odds of him having the exact same name is why it's obviously not just a random coincidence. That's what makes the odds.
I use your odds or the chance of it happening. And then since that book happened, billions of people have been born. So therefore the odds are of it happening they landed. There you go.
No, bro.
Because I just use your odds.
All right, I'm not going to properly address the odds. It would have to be how many people have been born since that book was written and published who have the name Elon.
No,
and then
that's not how that works.
Well, it literally is, though. So
no, it's not.
All right, brother. Sounds good. You're right. It's totally a coincidence that the one guy ever that's claimed he was going to found the first civilization on Mars just so happens to have the name Elon, and then the freaking Nazi officer that was brought over here and put in charge of space exploration wrote a book about the main character's title is Elon. He founds the first civilization on Mars. Well, his title is Elon. And what's funnier is this has happened over and over. There was a book published called The Titan just before the Titanic, and it was about this huge ship that no one thought could ever sink, and then it gets hit by a glacier in the middle of the ocean, and it sinks with tons of wealthy, powerful people on it. Oh, probably just coincidence.
What's it? Hopefully in a couple thousand years, people will find out about this prophecy happening, and Elon will be the new Jesus, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Can't you think of a more logical explanation that maybe he's born into an elite bloodline and he has a role to fulfill because they write scripts for the world? If you were super wealthy and powerful, you would actually have to be incompetent and retarded not to do stuff like that. Right? Like if you wanted to control the world.
Wrote the script that this person would be like a ketamine dope fiend, like
well,
really?
No, they're just making him like some normal person that no one would be susceptible of. But what's
that's so not a normal thing. Normal people don't freaking take so much ketamine that you go into a tranquilized state. That's not a normal thing,
right?
I think
about how laughable it is to
though.
believe that guy is doing what they say he's doing.
Yeah, but it's a difficult concept for somebody that's never been likable enough to be included into an in-group to then relate to an in-group.
I've done ketamine before, dumbass.
But this is
What are you
like,
talking about?
this is the part that's so crazy about it, right? If you actually look at Elon, look at everything he's pushing and everything that he does. It's everything in line with like the new world order, right? Like he's out talking about how everyone's gonna have to have UBI. It's the only way to survive the oncoming like age of AI. And he says like, oh, dude, but us going too far in AI is like opening up the demons, right? And then he literally launches an AI system. He has a underground boring tunnel system or company, right? Where you had to have like the future travel of people. And then he has it literally built like the Terminator Skynet over top of everybody. And he's talking about putting a brain chip in you. He has like the biggest communication platform on the earth. He's building the electric cars. If you've ever seen iRobot, and where they claim the future is that there's tons of robots. What do you know? He comes out and says, we're building robots and where everyone's going to have one in their house and within a decade. And then in iRobot, they have little electric cars that drive themselves and then they can get hijacked by the government. What do you know? He builds electric cars that are now autonomous. Now he put out cabs that are driverless. Everything that he is doing and pushing and integrating into the world is exactly what we've been predictably programmed to accept and everything that the new world order will want you to do, right? And he just like, his character is this hippie, like rebellious guy that speaks truth and is like totally off the wall. And he's such a genius that he's like autistic and he's just a normal guy that plays video games. That somehow is the best in the world at a video game that takes thousands of hours to be good at while he's still running. Yeah, because everything about him is just fake. It's all a script. Everything about him. He was born into a role, right? And that's insanely obvious.
Could it just be that he's a liar about, and he wants to be cool amongst like the internet nerds? So that's why he does this. Like the same reason why like paying people to play your video games is just a thing that is out there because there's lots of people that do that.
Oh no, I was just bringing up a random point about how he's full of shit and everything about him isn't real, right?
Well,
like,
let me ask you something.
It's pretty simple.
Do you think
man.
if he didn't exist, there'd be another person doing this?
Do you think if we didn't ask
maybe, but he
that
wouldn't have the
question, that we'd be
same
listening to
name.
that?
They wouldn't have the same name as the guy in the book. And what's also funny is like you look into PayPal, he didn't actually start that, he stole it. You look into Tesla, he didn't start it, he stole it. It had nothing to do with the actual initial design of Tesla. Everything that he's done is super sketchy, but he gets credit for it. So they come tell us that he started PayPal, he started Tesla, he's this genius.
No, it's well known. Those things that you're talking about are well known. So he doesn't get the credit.
He does get the credit, absolutely.
No, he doesn't. Because the people that actually look into it that know about these things know that it's public. No, it's public information. It's public information that it is the point. Yes, it's very easy to manipulate people that don't look into things.
Yes, man, for sure. Make sure to take your booster. We're good, dude. They're gonna take care of us. Everything is as it seems.
With the chip with this guy Philly, right? Is his zeal to defend Elon?
It's weird. No, just and even the zeal to just defend. He's trying to defend the idea that there is no conspiracy, right? Like the idea that there's some like elaborate conspiracy makes him uncomfortable. And what I don't understand about that idea or like inability to accept that is throughout all of history, there's been a noble class. There's always been powerful, wealthy bloodlines. And what they do is they come up with bread and circuses and scripts and distractions for the retarded public
psychological warfare
that they want to control. And why would they not do that? Right? If they wanted to control billions of people, which by the way, world population is a total psyop. There are not 8 billion people, but it doesn't matter. Like, then why would you not come up with scripts for them? And if you were going to have to come up with scripts for the whole world to keep them under like all kinds of different like propaganda spells and all this, you're going to have to write it and come up with it. So what better than to have Freemasonic authors writing a bunch of fictional things and then people get in a room and decide, okay, they pick a book and they say, this is what we're going to tell them. Just like Jules Verne literally writes exactly what happens with the Apollo missions, exactly where they shot it from and how they slingshot around the moon, all of that. Jules Verne wrote it in the late 1800s. He was a Mason. If you look into the author that Loxwell, whatever his name is, a high-level Freemason involved with the Founding Fathers, he writes a freaking fiction novel or set of fiction novels where it's like the adventures of Baron Trump, and he time travels and goes to the Hollow Earth and all this stuff. And inside the freaking novel, his master's name is Don, and he stays in Trump Castle. And then that same author writes another one called The Last President. And he gets in and refuses to leave, and everyone goes and like riots against him, and they riot on Fifth Avenue in New York, exactly where Trump lives. It's all ridiculous to think that it's just a coincidence.
He doesn't live there.
There's even a fucking TV series like back in the 70s or something, and it's a guy named Trump or some shit, and he basically wants to build a wall in a town or something. Like, it's so crazy how much these scripts just seem to align up with reality.
And it's really kind of simple
to deny
if you think
the
about
conspiracy that is psychological operation of warfare is just naive and stupid.
What was Donald Trump's father's name?
I think
Baron Trump.
No, I think that when Donald Trump was younger, they called him Baron, though. So I think it's like because his son is Baron, but I think Donald Trump was referred to as Baron when he was younger, and so some argue that it's actually him in the.
My point is, this guy just said, like, I forget who just spoke, but they said, like, oh, like, look at the 70s. They even had this story about this guy named Trump that knows these things. Yeah, Trump's father was a land developer. Maybe they got it because
someone building the wall.
No,
so like,
I'm
this is
talking about like he's just like, is it just a coincidence they got this story from this guy? It's like, well, maybe it's because there was people that out there existing that were already building stuff named Trump.
All right, brother.
Maybe, baby. Give me a break, man.
Is it true?
And like the parallels are like crazy.
And it's like,
dude, just run a statistical analysis, man. You could just run a statistical analysis on the likelihood of like that showing up in fiction. Just run it through the AI. I have done so with a couple of these elements, and it just turns out it's like 1 in a million. Like one time in your lifetime, this should happen, and we're just iterating a whole bunch of like examples of this occurring. It's wild.
Yeah, because like
more than 1 million people have been born in my lifetime. So
what makes it so obvious is when you look into the authors, they're always Freemasons, and so they just have Freemasons writing certain stories, and they pick out which ones they're gonna choose later. So like Jules Verne writes that in late 1900s. Well, they pulled that off in 69, right? Like this happens in the late 1800s because some people say it's like, oh, time travel and aliens and all this crazy stuff, and it's like, well, or it's just like people pass off power through their bloodlines, and then they just pick out stories from like previous Masons that then run that script on the public because they need a story, because people need to be told what to believe. People,
like, what do you got? The Simpsons
can't think for themselves.
Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day. It's going to be an interesting. Like, wait until that comes to fruition. That'll be.
Oh, that movie was so fucking boring, though.
It comes out right whenever the government says that they're about to do that.
I can sum up that whole movie with 2 words: empathy. Listen. Tell me.
Well, like all the TVs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, empathy and listen. Yeah, that was a little bit of it, but
that's the entire movie.
Like it all kind of. Yeah, I don't want to ruin it for anyone either. But the voice of God kind of component might come into it as well, as far as that weapon is concerned, or claimed weapon.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, that idea is crazy, man. Like, because like, well, this is what I would think you would have to do, right? Is like you would do something like the Voice of God with Project Bluebeam, showing like that region's most popular religious figure, and then you would have it shift out of that, and you'd pull the alien card, be like, the aliens would say that they created these religions, right? That they created us, and they created the religions, and they gave us the religions just so that we could, like, have some type of like morals to live by, or so we didn't kill each other, whatever they say. I don't know, even though ironically people killed each other in the name of religions this whole time, but they may just say that like Jesus was an alien, or like we created that story. Because that's been seeded so much in the public for so long, that way you get everybody to be like, oh wow, our figure, and then it morphs into like, well, actually all these figures, whatever the deception is, it has to like bring all of them together. Right, it needs to bring all these religions together. It can't just pick one. You can't just pick Islam or just pick Christianity. It's got to like deceive both of those groups. So So yeah, I mean, because I think if they come and say like, if aliens are like, well, we can finally reveal ourselves, they have like 1,000 cover stories for that. Well, oh, well, you were on the brink of nuclear war. We have no choice but to intervene now. Or now that your government's finally decided to tell you, they're trying to lie to you about who we really are. Now we have to intervene, tell the truth. Or bad aliens are coming, so the good aliens have to come warn us, and we have to unify the whole world before the bad aliens come. Or like whatever they have, like they have everybody ready to believe whatever they say, right? And I think that people think that a lot of people would see through it. I don't think so. When I talk to the average person, they think that they're like edgy and like awake because I'm talking about like the average person by just thinking that aliens are real. You know what I mean? And they say the same thing that everyone says, which is like, look how big the universe is. Like the odds are, of course, there are aliens. So I actually do think they may actually roll out aliens. Like I wouldn't be surprised at all. Get the government coming out saying they've been briefed in that it's not just the crafts, there are biological entities in the crafts. You got
they're seeding this all over the news at the moment. It's it's even showing up in our local news now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy because I don't know. I will say I think that they've hit us with so much propaganda now that people like read right past anything. Like imagine like 12, 15 years ago, the government coming out and saying that that there are UFOs and that biological beings were found in some of the crafts. It would have been like the #1 story for a whole year. And they literally came out and said that, and no one cares at all.
Do you think aliens pre-existed us?
No, I don't know. I just think that would be a deception, like a lie that they'll say. Right? I mean, but of course, you're not going to align with my belief, I'm sure, right? Because I think the scriptures are true.
I'm not sure what you believe because I'm pretty sure you believe in aliens, and I'm not.
No, I just still manned their lie.
Just goes to show how bad you are at listening.
Yeah, like I think aliens are just going to be a lie, and it's actually going to be demons, bro. It's not actually even demons because demons are disembodied spirits of Nephilim, but I think like the Watchers, right? I think that the entities, if there will be a truth to it, which will be that these entities were here back in the day and they were worshipped as gods and they gave us all kinds of secrets and they're going to come back and they're going to do it again, right? So. So I'll lose a lot of people there.
Are they going to come from the sky?
Yeah, well, that's where they came from last time, and the ocean.
Do you trust this?
How are they going to get through the firmament?
You should see some of the stuff they're releasing. It's crazy.
How do they get through the firmament?
They exist underneath it.
But they come from the sky?
Yeah. Yeah, there are layers. There are layers. Well, the scripture said there are layers, and also even describe like land masses in the sky, kind of like Dragon Ball Z.
So they're coming from the firmament?
No, within it. I mean, actually, like if you look at Enoch, it's basically saying that it seems like basically you could go through the firmament as like an angel, and then and then even some descriptions said that they were kind of at this super tall mountain in the center overlooking everything. Who knows? But they could go to and fro, and they left their primary estate, tempted by women and wanting to take women as wives and then be worshipped as gods. And then they came down and they're like, okay, we did our thing. Let's go back up. And then they weren't able to go back through the firmament. And so now they're trapped here. So
how were the women able to tempt them?
Women are sexy. You didn't know that?
No, like, but there's somewhere where they can't see women. So how do the women tempt them?
They can see them, right? They were supposed to watch over them.
Why can't we see them?
They conceal themselves.
Why?
Well, they're
in all forms of light.
I don't know. Good question. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like I mean, dude, who knows?
And what's crazy is like if you look into the scriptures, like every time, like oftentimes it talks about them like literally just looking like a person, right? And then oftentimes when they present themselves, the first thing they say is "Do not be afraid." And if you look into like the literal descriptions of them, they look crazy. We're talking about like beings like feathered serpents and beings with lion heads and just crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, just there are different crazy varieties. There's this other theory that basically like like Yeshua would come back with his army, and they're going to have convinced the whole world that that's actually going to be the alien invasion of like the bad aliens. So the good aliens come and they say, "Look, guys, we're only revealing ourselves because the bad aliens are coming, and we have to put our differences aside, and humanity has to come together and basically create an army to be ready to fend off the earth from like the incoming threat." And so when they come,
Reagan said
they
that
think
at the
that
UN.
You think Jesus's army is going to look like a bunch of aliens?
I think that they could convince people of that. Maybe, yeah. Because then they'd be able to get the world
Alien
to fight
doesn't
them.
look
Right?
like one particular thing. Alien just means stranger.
Yeah, I mean, no one knows what aliens look like. If you saw an angel describe the way the Bible describes them, I mean, you could easily be told it was an alien, right? You don't know what they look like.
Wouldn't you know
what they've got going in some sort of
what you're
Chinese lab?
seeing is the same? Wait, wouldn't you know what you're seeing is described in the Bible as an angel?
Not even like 1% of the public that claims to believe in Christianity probably knows what the Bible actually describes angels as looking. But they think they're like people with wings. They don't know what it says.
What do
You can go look up depictions of you can go look up depictions of appropriately sort of morphology done by AI, obviously, but images of aliens as described in the Bible. Things with like hundreds of eyes and was it like rings around them or some shit?
Yeah, well,
wait,
sometimes they
images. Wait, are you talking about images of aliens described in the Bible or images of angels described?
Dude, aliens is not one particular thing with one particular appearance. It just means stranger.
Yeah, I actually think though that I don't think that they're going to actually say that aliens, the way that we've been conditioned with the Greys and the North, so that aliens are going to visit here from some faraway galactics. I don't think that's even going to be the lie. I think that they're way more arrogant than that, and they're going to come back the way they came the first time, and they may have a new deception, right? They may not tell everyone they've been here before, but I think that they're going to just come be worshipped as gods. They're going to present themselves as gods, and they're going to be worshipped.
Who are?
And the Watchers, right? The ones that were here before, the ones that every ancient civilization ever talked about. And who knows? Okay, look at the average woman today, right? I don't really think that they would have trouble getting like women to line up ready to reproduce with them. Like if some freaking like Superman came here, dude, how many women of average women would line up to sleep with real life Superman? Like all of them.
Well,
almost,
Superman
right?
looks like a human though.
Yeah, but I mean, again, they can change the way that they look, and a lot of the ancient depictions show that. They change the way they look.
The Watchers are angels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're gonna look attractive or ugly?
They're attractive, but the question is what exactly they look like, because there's multiple different depictions, and I think that they can clearly change the way they look, but it's like some of them depict them as being like hybrid, like they have like a lion head or a eagle head or whatever. And that sounds crazy. I don't know. Like, would women?
Is that what you find attractive?
I don't find men attractive, bro. But we're talking about women.
You just said they are going to be attractive.
Yeah, like from an objective sense, or as from a woman's perspective.
Dude, why are you so bad at listening? It's so annoying listening to you.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like it just seemed like you said like they are going to be attractive. Like I'm like from an objective standpoint.
Why are you so bad at listening? It is annoying hearing you reply.
He's from like an objective standpoint. He's saying they're going to be like objective, like
No. Like, we hear you distorting what he said.
I get that. I understand I'm not trying to call him gay that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying, but then he started talking about these other things, saying like that's what they're going to be looking at. And like, I don't think that's like the general like
the next move is to just stop talking so much and listen better. That's the move.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what I just explained. Like, I don't know what they look like. There could be different variations, and like there are different various ancient depictions. But I will say this, right? I do not think that they would have trouble getting some of the most attractive modern women, right, like the 304s running around, to line up to sleep with them, even if they had like a lion head, right? If it's some like super chiseled 8-foot are 7 foot, just like crazy looking like superhero, then dude, come on. So my point is,
they
like,
might
we've
get
been
like
conditioned with
Felicia
superheroes for a
down
long
by
time.
the corner to do some things with her, but I don't think the average attractive woman is going to sleep with the lions.
I totally disagree.
looking for the average,
Women, they're all about hypergamy and like what is higher social status and power than some like demigod. Are you kidding me? Like, women will sleep with someone they're not even really attracted. Now, this is generalization. I don't women are like this. Obviously, I don't need to make that disclaimer, surely, but like, you know, women that aren't, they're not even necessarily really physically attracted to a guy, but if he's got like a good amount of money and social status and success, they'll like get with him, right?
Hypergamy.
Yeah. So imagine like a freaking superhero. Imagine a demigod. Imagine like some demigod, like a guy that's actually worshipped as a god. They not only would sleep with them, they would be perfectly comfortable with being one of like the 50 women that he reproduces with, right? I mean, let's just be, I mean, in fact, that's a phenomena still where if a guy's wealthy enough, a woman that would never let another guy be with another girl would let him be with 20 girls, right? I mean, it's just a well-known phenomena. So anyway, I'm just saying the point is, and generally speaking, the world is so like sexually degenerate at this point. Like, come on, it's primed for some return like that. And
I mean, we've already got the furries nowadays, so it's not a stretch.
That's true, actually, that they've even like brought that into the public psyche. But and who knows, maybe they just look like people that are like basically like Greek statues or whatever, right? But we've seen depictions of it where they're all like just super fit, chiseled, like demigods. And if they come and say, "Hey, here's the deal. We're going to tell you your true history and what's really going on, you know, and you've had like corrupt, evil men controlling over you. We're going to set you free." And in my opinion, it's going to be the same sales pitch it always was, which is they're not going to claim to be God. They're going to acknowledge that there is an ultimate creator, and they're going to say that he's the bad guy. They're going to say he doesn't care about you. He put you here as like an ant farm. He's like malevolent, and he put you here where you like have a veil over your eyes. You guys can't even see into the spiritual realm unless you astral project or take drugs or whatever. Just like the Matrix, where Neo tells,
they're going to pull the Prometheus routine.
Exactly. They can tell him, like, look, dude, you were put here and we got locked up. They may even be completely honest. And they're going to say, we got locked up because we just couldn't see you guys be slaves anymore. So we risked everything. We came and told you guys the truth, and then we got punished. And really, what he doesn't want you to realize is that we can take him over and here are all the secrets and whatever. And then get everyone to rebel against like the one true creator, which is what has happened before, right? So when you have all these people that are, yeah, you have all these atheists and all these people. I mean, it's not going to be hard, right? Like I have conversations all the time on here where I'm trying to talk to somebody about a creator. I'm showing them like the evidences of it, and they quickly will turn, well, yeah, maybe there's a creator, but does that mean he's a good guy? What if he's just malevolent? If he just doesn't care, right? It's not going to be really hard to convince someone that this is more like a simulation that some apathetic figure made, and that he's actually the bad guy, right? Or just like, look, he lets all these bad things happen. So
they've already went out of the way to convince themselves, delude themselves to believe the stupid notion.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, like we've got examples of like the scientific method, so-called, or whatever this sort of I don't know, society, what we call it, but they throw up nukes into the upper atmosphere, and some scientists are like warning and very concerned that it's going to light up or ignite the upper atmosphere or something. I mean, if that is to be believed to be true, which I know I got troubles with nukes, obviously, but I mean, it's not like we haven't tried to do that already, which is like basically like destroy reality or something.
Oh yeah, like the idea of them trying to break the firmament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like just as an insult to the creator, essentially, like just to sort of jump on what you're saying.
Operation
I don't know
and all that.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever looked into this, man, but like, so the idea that they came down and tried to go back up and couldn't get out, and then they freaked out, and then they asked Enoch to go on their behalf and ask him to forgive them, and he said no, and then, well, please forgive our children. At least they didn't do anything. He said no, they're not supposed to exist. No, I'm not going to forgive them. I'm going to make you watch them kill each other. And then the esoteric, like occultic obsession, which is all throughout occultic literature, of them being able to get out. Have you ever seen the famous illustration of the guy? It's got the firmament with the stars, and the guy's like sticking his head out of it?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's like sticking his head out of it. It's like the esoteric symbolism of getting outside the firmament on your own, like where there's only one way that you can really do that and are supposed to be able to do that, right? And that's with the creator, right? Like you have your resurrected, and who knows, because heaven comes here and all that. But my point is, like, you're not supposed to be able to just get outside the firmament. It seems like they have like an obsession with figuring out how to do that. And that's why I think that the dream world is not as fake as people think. And there's like a spiritual realm you just can't see. And they just are obsessed with interacting within that spiritual realm and interacting with the beings there and doing rituals to get power from there. Because I think they're obsessed with this idea that they know they're rebelling, they know there's a creator, but that like all the wealth and power while they're alive here is worth it. But they're obsessed with this idea of like, okay, now how do we get outside and attain like immortality and still like enjoy what's outside of this like cage, basically? Like they're obsessed with getting outside the cage. And that would come from like the Watchers are also obsessed with trying to get back out of the cage. Right. And there's a whole rabbit hole there where like these elite bloodlines seem to believe that they actually come from these bloodlines, right? Like they come from the star people, the demigods, whatever, and the Nephilim and stuff. And maybe they really do, because that would explain to you why they're like almost entirely void of like human empathy. And they probably look at us as like the same way that you would look at an alien or like an animal. You're like trying to understand it. You're just not the same. And they view us almost like cattle, but they're at times like envious of us and our human emotions. They consider us like weak. And if you ever experience someone with like MPD, they basically view like your empathy or like how you won't lie. Like if you come across with something like that, like the fact that you're not going to lie, they literally view you as weak. And they know they can manipulate you by just making you always tell the truth while they will shamelessly lie about everything. Like that's like a real phenomenon. And I think it's like a demonic possession that comes from the disembodied spirits, which means it's just the offspring of these Watchers. Like they literally, they just think of evil continuously and they don't understand. They're literally different than humans, is my point. That's a theory, right? And that would explain the behavior.
that they're humans just like us. But imagine being raised in an environment where you don't have to really exercise any inhibitions. Like you're not raised in a local city in California. You're raised in the very exclusive, very secluded environments with this elite class of families in the world order. You're not really under anyone's jurisdiction, virtually. So it's just human nature with far less inhibitions and restrictions.
And you're told that you're like better than everyone,
humans behave the way they do. Usually, common humans behave the way they do because they're in an environment where they can't just do virtually anything according to their whim. There's inescapable consequences, so they make the decision to adhere to whatever outside external
ties
pressures.
Into why we might, why it's important they've hidden that we're the center of the universe. Why there seems to be this, whatever the entities they're discovering that they're trying to hide from us. They all know the uniqueness of us, how unique it is to be human.
Yeah, and
the tycoon families, they're just in a very privileged position to basically do damn near every whim they have and not exercise any inhibitions.
Yeah, and I think that they're like,
when you're that high and delusional, then you become, far less empathetic.
I think they're literally like raised to believe they're superior to all people, and then like they give like the curriculum to the masses, but they're taught like a family history, and it's like this is the real history, and it's basically like their family history. And look, we've ruled the world all throughout the world, and we're always these noble classes here and there, and we track back to these demigods and all that. And so they're just like, yeah, I'm like, we're literally superior to you. So you're literally.
I mean, we have common folk that think like that. Like they're common folk down here in the same economic class, just like us, but they're racial supremacists. Now, how all the more likely is it that these people in these, damn near pretty much the highest echelon of the world order?
Real disclosure means us actually understanding our real role in this world.
Yes, and that there's a creator. And like these people, what's so funny about the whole thing though, is that despite being so powerful, like literally and even physically and all this stuff, like they're terrified of anyone that has like the power of the creator. And I've experienced stuff like that where like they're literally terrified of the creator. Like you're untouchable. And so there you go. They think he's a bad guy. They want to convince everyone he's a bad guy. But if you're on his team, like they don't want to mess with you, And that's why they probably want to like imagine like these little rebellious kids that went against their father and then try to come back home because they're spoiled. And he said, no, you can't come back. And so then they're like, well, fine, I'm going to destroy everything that you built. I'm going to take all your other children down with you. Right. And that's basically what they're doing. They're like, well, if we can't go back up and we're going to go down, then we're going to take everyone down with us. That's how I viewed them.
No, obviously,
so I think
God,
they're weak.
a creation requires a creator.
There's actually like a scripture that, like a verse in the scriptures that talks about basically like if you were to see the devil, you would be like, really? That's you? Like that's you?
Is there any reason though it's that why God would not intervene in such a cataclysm?
Well, I think he does ultimately intervene. I just think that
he has intervened several times.
Yeah, I think he ultimately intervenes and shuts it down, but I think it's like at the tail end of some crazy stuff, But
his whole modus operandi is intervening. Everything's under his control.
And think about this, right? Like if you created angels and then they did that, well, you still they still have free will. So you're still going to honor their free will because you know that ultimately they are eternally judged, right? So like when their time is up, their time is up. And they even got locked up during the little bit of free time. So it's like, it's like it's a level of righteousness and like justice that's like so beyond kind of our understanding that even the worst of the worst, they still get free will. They still get their time type of thing. Right. And that is actually, if you think about it if you really think about it for a second, that is actually how it would be if it was like true justice and true righteousness. If there's a group of people that submit to the creator, they get eternal life. And then there's a group of people that are going to rebel till the end. They're going to be like eternally separated. So they get to kind of run wild and feel like, and like live it up, while they're out. And I think that's actually fair. Like if you would choose like just like especially as a mortal human, you're gonna choose like this like fleeting like whisper of a life. And you're gonna choose like depravity and like very temporal, like empty surface level fleshly things. Like if that's actually what you choose, you can choose that and live it up. If people ask like why are the bad people able to be so powerful? Well, like because when it's over for them, it's terrible. I mean, that's kind of how I conceive of that, and it makes perfect sense to me, to be honest, because they're throwing away forever for nothing, and then you're kind of sacrificing the nothing for forever.
The justice is that they die, not that they be allowed. It's not their right to go on sinning for a time.
Well, I guess so. What I'm trying to rationalize like these beings, right, where they're like immortal because they're in their immortal form. They come down immortal. Their children were mortal, and they had to watch them kill each other. But then they're locked up, and they get out for a bit. You know what I'm saying? But like, and I don't actually know how that story ends. Like in terms of, like, do they go on living forever? Do they like cease to exist at some point, or are they like actually tortured forever? I don't know. Like the actual beings that rebelled.
Satan,
this is even in like Jude.
Satan gets deleted. That's an absolute. He gets deleted. His followers, you could kind of debate that.
Oh, who gets deleted?
Because he gets casted into the black hole for the final time to never return. So even if he's not deleted, he is in a unescapable place.
Yeah, and I think that happens to all of them, right? But the question is just like, what does that mean? Like, do they actually technically exist eternally and suffer, or who knows? Who really knows? But I know that they know. In my opinion,
I think you mean everlasting, not eternal.
Yeah, there's like an argument either way, right? One is that they actually are so deluded and arrogant that they've convinced themselves they can win, and the supportive argument for that would be like, like he intervened the Tower Battle, saying they would have accomplished what their goal was if he didn't stop them. And then there is the other idea, which is like, well, they know they're going to lose, but they're just going to like take everyone down. Either way, they're going to unify the world against him. And I think that they'll go down swinging and actually try to fight, right? And there's going to be an actual battle. So people talk about a spiritual war. It's like, yes, like there's this metaphysical component, but there's an actual physical war. Everyone is preparing for that. And if you were an eternal
metaphysical
being,
is actual and real.
Yeah,
like concretely real. Spirits are concretely real.
Yeah, and I'm talking about even like kinetic war, right? And like if you were an immortal being, like somebody living like 80 years is like nothing, right? They're like dispensable. You're preparing. So like these short periods of time to them that seem like so long to us, really, it's just if you zoom all the way out and look at the whole story, they're just preparing for battle, and that's pretty crazy. And then what deception would you have to cast on the world to prepare the world for that battle, and then get them to pick the wrong side, right? To register to fight for the wrong side, basically. And that's when I speculated about the good alien, bad alien thing. I don't really know, but something's going to happen where they get the world to rebel, because it's happened before. It's going to happen again, and there's going to be a few people that don't do it. And so, anyway, I mean, at least that's my understanding. But it does seem like they're going to try to put us in some crazy slave state, right? So then it seems almost like this. Okay, fine, you're not going to let us back in, then we're going to deceive your creation and take them down with us. Subjugate them.
There's a lot of momentum around like this is part of the alien disclosure. Like, there's actually factions inside of the government being debriefed right now by some of these. Part of the senior executive intelligence from before, and various reactions. You got people who are like, "Oh, we need to understand this." You got a group that's trying to look at the tech. Then you got groups that are like, "Oh, these are I already know what these entities are, and you're just telling me the government's known about them." So this is the beginning. This is just the beginning of this.
Yeah, I agree. It's insane to watch, and then they brought a bunch of like quote unquote religious leaders and like debriefed them to prepare their congregations for the revelation of these beings. That's insane. And that was like a bunch of people from within the government reaching out to these religious leaders. And it's like, bro, I mean, just the world's so crazy now, just like people don't even notice that that's like actually a thing that has happened recently. And it's just wild.
Yeah, that like literally I had a whole week. I was in here kind of spurging about it. I was like, oh my God, guys. Like I just watched sermons where they're breaking down, they're defining and teaching their congregations how to discern between a Nephilim and a different species if we're about to discover them. Like it's really wild.
Yes.
You guys are going to watch Disclosure Day. There's like a whole plot angle on sort of the religious, how to handle it sort of situation.
It's it's kind of like an attack.
Is that a documentary?
It's kind of an attack on the religious. No,
well, the producer
You have a link?
The producer was on Jesse Waters, and I recommend everyone go listen to his little 3-minute spill. He straight up says, guys, this is a real attempt to explain to America what we've been dealing with. He's like, it's not a joke. This movie is not science fiction.
That's just marketing hype, dude.
It's not at this point. They're doubling down, right? Maybe it's a lie.
That's like saying the footage I released in the movie is real. You get what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. Because we can discern that. We can tell he's not releasing real footage. They're telling a story, and he's saying the story we're telling is trying to get people to understand. So they believe
that is a thing. I mean, they make movies to tell about the real
I
world.
truly believe this. I believe Steven Spielberg believes this is a historical day, and he's playing his role.
Oh yeah, I think he's fulfilling his role in like a script, man. I mean, that guy rapes little kids, so he's in the club, man.
But wouldn't you expect more? Wouldn't you expect more? Like instead of like I don't know, because I don't really
I haven't watched it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really want to ruin the movie. But if you look to the lead up and then you get to the third act, and you're like, yeah, never mind.
I think it's much more about just like conditioning the public psyche for what's coming. I don't think it's much
It's just putting images on a screen, and just creates familiarity, and also just interpretation.
It's not a benevolent expose for our benefit.
It's not for our minds, right? It's for this target audience.
It also couldn't be way too extreme and shocking, right? Because then it would have the opposite effect of what they desire. They want you to just like sleepwalk into it and accept it. That's why they told us about the UFO stuff like a year and a half ago. And they're just slowly dripping like nothing, and it's not really nothing. And then it's a little bit more than nothing. And because they're just keep putting it into the psyche where now the average person, if you tell them that UFOs are real, they're like, yeah, duh, the government admitted that like a year ago. And so like the next thing is like the beings, right? They have to like slowly turn the temperature up, bro. They couldn't just come out.
It's a mental inoculation process. Right? It's a gradual mental inoculation process to the idea.
If you follow the escalation and like just internal affairs, they're pushing for whistleblower protection. They're actually trying to create a standard, and that's a lot of verification for a lot of nerds on the internet. That's all it took. You know, they're losing their minds now about the momentum of disclosure because the government paying attention to these whistleblowers as verified whistleblowers and giving them military protection. There's all these little pieces coming together to verify it and give the normies a reason to pay attention.
Yeah, it's a Bible hijack attempt. Honestly, you're better off just not paying attention, just trusting.
That's how I took it. Yeah. I took it as like more of like you can just see the angle that they try to attack any religion with, right? But not any religion, specifically Christians. Like, it's not all the religions and like your gods and these gods. It's like, no, there was commentary towards Christians specifically. And it's like, well, what about all the other religions? Why isn't that equal? It's just like a direct attack. That's where I'm like,
maybe they don't care about anything else.
You're talking about the movie,
focus on the Bible
specifically.
Yeah, they really don't focus on anything. They only focus on the Bible. That's the real threat.
Well, all the alien disclosure people are saying Jesus is classified as like a super high density being. Like he's one of the closest. He's one of the humans who are already unique form of consciousness who can directly connect to the conscious field, they say. But Jesus was a manifestation of a being that had a perfect connection to the creator. So they see our race as very unique, and they even respect and know Jesus. They fear him. That's why when you invoke his name, you know, they can't touch you. Witsit, have you studied into any of the various forms of consciousness? What the scientists, the whistleblower community is calling them, that high density beings?
No. I should though.
It's like Wilcock and Stephen Greer. Now I see them all as like basically running ops, but they're having to present a lot of the truth to an extent now just to cover up, I think. So, because
Stephen Wilcock, the whole suicide thing, right? Like they, that he supposedly committed suicide recently. And it's like they have all these missing scientists in these programs about UFOs and all this classified disappearing. And then they launch a government investigation so everybody looks at it. And then right after everyone's looking at it, Wilcock does his final stream and then supposedly calls the cops because he's freaking out and he's scared and they're coming, and then he kills himself. And so then everybody starts looking into all the stuff that he had said. It's a way to get everyone to go listen to the stuff that he was talking about to like prep the consciousness, right? The public consciousness. They're coming from all angles just to get everybody ready to accept whatever they're going to come out and reveal.
Straight up. It's crazy to see. Like, because he had just now started going into some like really deep stuff about like the hero's journey. He had exposed a lot of the material science with a company he's working for or with, Stabati, going into the material sciences. He's gone into some of the ancient AI apparently that they've discovered. He's just going so deep before he killed himself. So I've been watching him for like over a decade since Wisdom Teachings. So I was pretty shocked when he died.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And he literally says he would basically never kill himself, and tells everyone else to never do that, and it's never the way. And then does it 2 days later.
A few of those. There's been a few of those. Like they'll go on social media and be like, "I just want everybody to know I'm not gonna kill myself. I have no desire to do so. If anything happens to me, it was not me." And like a week later, a couple days later, they're gone. It's like, oh, that's a coincidence.
Is anybody buying any of this fucking alien bullshit? I'm not buying.
The way they're promoting it, absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm not spending any of my attention on it. If I got questions about interdimensional or supernatural beings, I'm gonna stick to the scriptures.
Amen.
Yep. And like when I joined like Stephen Greer's Discord years ago, I ended up getting banned because I wasn't even like promoting it. I was just asking questions, showing how like some of these entities express the same qualities that we see demons would possess. Lack of creativity, this copy and paste, manipulation, stuff like this. But they're obsessed with trying to highlight that some of these entities are, it's not all demons. It's all not demonic. So some of these UFO communities I think they're fully tricked. So. If they are dealing with if they're dealing with angels, if they're dealing with just angelic beings, we know there's two sides, and they're both the same creature. So this mainstream narrative of demons being horns and evil looking, they're going to be tricky and beautiful, just like the good side is.
How the fuck would you deal with DARPA or all government people? Why aren't they talking to freaking normal people? Why would they give a shit about? It's just so odd.
Witsit just laid it out so crazy. Like the idea that the fallen angels here, they're stuck here. They fell. They tried to go back. They can't. So whatever form they're stuck in, they're wreaking havoc in it, and they've convinced themselves generationally, influencing parts of human bloodline, that they can defeat the Creator. So we're moving towards an end game in humanity where there's a large portion of the population that's been kind of tricked by this cabal that exists here. That's ultimately an expression of the fallen. That's truly how dark it goes, in my view. Like, this is the reason they're so obsessed with, ritualistic blood sacrifice. They believe these are the ways to communicate with these entities. I used to be very skeptical until I found out that the upper echelon of Hollywood believed this stuff. Like, they truly believe it in their heart of hearts. I was like, what the?
Yeah, not just communicate, that's what kind of put me on my path. Power.
Seeing the weapons of the enemy.
My check.
We got you. Yeah, there was a bit of crossover there. Do you want to go, Gregory?
I was just saying, not just communicate, but attain power. That's why they use rhetoric like the seething energies of Lucifer and morals and dogma and all that garbage.
So this is based on my interpretation of scriptures. I don't really want to argue about it. I'm getting ready to leave for work. If somebody wants to schedule a debate, that would be fine. But my theory is, according to my interpretations of the scriptures, the camp of the saints is already here. The millennial reign has already happened. We're in the adversary's little season of deception right now. And the next thing that's going to happen is our government is going to unleash little ships similar to what we saw in Independence Day. Do a false flag attack on us. Then they're going to point at the camp of the saints and said, hey, those guys did it. And that's how they unite the world, to surround the camp of the saints, where fire comes down from heaven and consumes everybody. So it's based on, Jesus told his disciples, some of you aren't going to die before I come back with my kingdom. You won't have a chance to flee through all the cities of Jerusalem or Israel before I come back with my kingdom. He told the people that pierced him, "You're going to regret this when you see me come back with my kingdom." He said it was imminent. It was right now. So thank you for letting me speak. You guys all have a blessed day. I will be listening, but like I said, I'm leaving for work, so can't really talk right now.
The millennial reign is when the earth only has the children of the Father on it. So this is not the current millennial reign.
Look, I know you guys idolize Witsit. You know, I think I'm a big fan of him, but I'm not aligning on that topic just now because I'm trying to earn favor with Witsit's breakdown. And that's what I was just explaining. That's kind of the view a lot of us are starting to see. The more you pay attention and the larger this picture becomes. So, you know, I think it's a good idea to be mentally prepared for the level of deception we're going to get into.
It's laid out in the Bible. You can pay zero attention to the media and you're going to be perfectly 1,000% fine.
So just to respond to Gregory real quick, according to the scriptures, if you don't go to worship 3 times a year during the millennial reign, you will not get rain. So obviously everybody on the earth is not going to Jerusalem to worship. So that theory is wrong.
That doesn't even contradict what I said. During the millennial reign is when only the disciples will be on the earth. That's obviously not the case. The millennial reign is not here.
But that's not scriptural. During the millennial reign, there are people that aren't going to Jerusalem to worship and get rain. So there's obviously people here that aren't disciples during the millennial
reign. That's exactly
reign.
what Revelation says. What I said is exactly what Revelation says.
Well, you're going to have to show me scripture and verse, because I can show you scripture and verse where it says that people that don't go to Jerusalem during the millennial reign will not get rain. So there's obviously people that aren't going to Jerusalem and following the commandments to go worship in Jerusalem 3 times a year, according to the scriptures.
Gotta love that good old Christian battle. Gotta love it.
Yeah, it doesn't even contradict what I said. So when you go to Revelation 20 and you read what it actually says, then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain, and he seized the dragon, the ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, the adversary, and bound him for 1,000 years and threw him into the pit and locked in and sealed the door over him, so that he would deceive the nations no more until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be out for a little while. Then I saw thrones, and those seated on them were given authority to judge. I also saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and for the word of God. They had not worshipped the beast or its image, and had not received its brand or their foreheads on their head. They came to life and reigned with the Messiah 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy are those who share in the first resurrection. Over these, the second death has no power, but they will be priests of God and of Christ, and they will reign with him 1,000 years. So everyone alive during the millennial reign, like I just read explicitly, is only the disciples of the Lord. That's obviously not the case.
I didn't hear that. Where did it say that?
Let's read again. Then I saw thrones, and those who were seated on them were given authority. I also saw all the souls who had been beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and for the word of God. They had not worshipped the beast or its image, and had not received its brand on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life and reigned with the Messiah 1,000 years. The rest of the dead, all the other humans, did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy are all those who share in the first resurrection.
You're assuming there that all of the unrighteous died when he came back with his kingdom, but it doesn't say that. The dead are, you're saying
the contradiction that's being said in verse 5.
Well, you're adding that the dead means all the people that aren't followers of Christ.
I'm not adding anything. I'm explicitly reading what's on the screen. I'll read it again. Then I saw thrones, and those who on them were seated. Hang on.
It's your interpretation of what's on the screen.
Hang on. Okay, it's not adding anything. I'm reading what is on the screen. Then I saw thrones, and those seated on them were given authority. I also saw all the souls of them who had been beheaded for the testimony of Jesus and for the word of God. They had not worshipped the beast. There's 2 people, 2 groups, those who did and those who didn't. Those who did worship the beast and those who didn't. They had not worshipped the beast or its image and had not received its brand on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life. The one group out of the 2 came to life. In contrast to the rest of the dead who did not come to life, who did worship the beast. So everyone alive during the millennial reign is only the disciples of the Messiah.
Alive. There's still people alive when he comes back with his kingdom, though. You're talking about people that have died before he came back with his kingdom. That's what the scriptures are talking about there. He's not talking about people that don't go to Jerusalem to worship during the millennial reign.
Your reply doesn't even follow what I just said.
Anyway, I got to leave for work. God bless you, brother. Keep an open mind and pray. That's all I have to say.
You're not even listening to the reply that I'm saying to you. It's not even sequitur with what I said to you. This is talking about a future eschatological event that has not come to pass yet. This is talking about the final resurrection.
According to you, according to my interpretation, that happened over 1,000 years ago.
This is what is explicitly said in the text.
You don't have to be late to work. It's okay.
You're gonna be late to work, dude. Stop erratically talking back at me.
We got this.
You're gonna be late for work. Okay. So again, it's explicitly saying this is the first resurrection, in contradistinction to the second resurrection, the resurrection of death, which is immediately mentioned in this passage. You're not even listening to the reply so that it even logically follows and is logically relevant to what I just said to you. It's explicitly stated there's two different people, the ones who worship the beast and those who did not. Those who did not are those who reigned with the Messiah, who were raised to life and reigned with the Messiah. Then in verse 5, the rest of the dead, those who did worship the beast, did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. So everyone in the millennial reign is only disciples of the Messiah. So that's obviously not the case now, and that's never been the case. Not that difficult.
Thank you for sharing that, Gregory. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm thinking about all the poor people that can't afford air flight to Jerusalem to
right.
To worship. Thinking about all the crippled people that can't go over there and worship in Jerusalem either. People that can't afford airfare. That's a lot of people.
As though we're at all contingent upon the current world order and its socioeconomic systems and currency. Like, no, the God is going to put his people in New Jerusalem. Not leave it up to them to see if they can muster up all the means to finally travel there.
Right? This is like, well, you didn't show up, man. You're fucked.
He said, I will gather my people unto myself, not I will wait for my people who may or may not have the means to purchase the flight across the oceans to my city.
Wait, are you sure it doesn't say that?
You're right. That's in the book of Concealment, chapter 33, verse 666. Keep telling people all these other notions, they just come from anywhere else except in the scriptures. All you have to do is be logically sound and do a historical grammatical exegesis of the text. It's not that difficult. It's like with any other body of literature.
Hey, Gregory, just out of curiosity, just to keep the chat going, but do you think that the Bible requires any form of belief or faith?
What do you mean by does the Bible require, like, are we commanded to believe?
Like you can test it and, or is there an element that requires belief and faith?
It's a malformed question. Yeah, it's a malformed question because belief is part and parcel to knowledge. Knowledge is a type of belief. It's a known. It's a proposition that's true that you have a sound pattern of inference to know is true.
Okay.
So
I appreciate it.
I mean, not just with the scriptures, with any known proposition, one who knows any given proposition or a set of propositions believes the propositions they know. Like, belief does not denote antithesis to knowledge. It's just another ignorant notion many have contrived for no good reason. That's not what the word denotes. Neither does faith. That's why the Lord explicitly taught in John 17, to know you is everlasting life. And that's why it's called the God of knowledge. That's why the Apostle Paul said in Romans 1 that he made himself known to everyone. So we know the one who we have faith in. That's why the Lord said, I'm going to say to many who will say to me, have we not done this, that, and the third good works in your name? He said, I have never known you. That's why he said in John 10, my sheep know me and I know my sheep. It's amazing how people can try this that the Bible is anti-intellectual or isn't concerned with knowledge and sound reasoning when it's explicitly and abundantly repeated throughout the scriptures. But that's what happens when people just don't actually care to read what's in the text, just contriving all sorts of notions to try and convince themselves that rebellion is justified.
I go. Gregory, are you saying we're not in the little season?
No, the beast isn't here yet. He isn't reigning yet.
Is that mainly why you came in? I think that's what I heard.
That's a part of it. Someone tried to suggest the notion that the millennial reign, like we're in the millennial reign, and it's patently false because the millennial reign is an age where only the disciples of the Lord on the earth.
What about then the much more diluted theory that I came up with, that we are a bit further ahead in the Christian timeline than most Christians think, but maybe we're not as far ahead as the little season people think. So it's accelerating in that way.
That's a tough one.
I did not say we were in the millennial reign. Just for the record, I did not say we were in the millennial reign. I said we were post-millennial reign. The millennial reign is over. We are in Satan's little season of deception. That is what I said.
That doesn't track.
It's a new category, but
that's even further from the truth.
Doesn't think that's true.
Yeah, okay, never mind. That's even further from the truth. So, okay.
Yeah, the whole little seasons doesn't. You got to add too much to the scripture to make that argument. That's the biggest problem I have with it.
Yeah, so people are going to disagree. I'm just thought we could talk about it a bit further, and I was going to ask Gregory, is it still accelerating? Do you still feel their worries, this group of people's worries?
I don't think it's accelerating. I don't think like things are hastening past the appointed time. Everything's happening according to the Lord's appointed times.
Right. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to hear you say. So you're not even worried about the acceleration of the fake aliens, or you're saying, no, we're all on track.
No, like everything's happening according to the God's sovereign plan. Nothing is going to hasten it before. It's going to hasten it before the appointed times or delay it. He's going to have his way.
But would you at least agree we're in the end times? Because that's their main thing.
Yeah, we've been in the last days since the age of the apostles.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be the bit you agree on. We're near the end.
Yeah, we're in the last days. The last days began since the age of the apostles.
When I looked into the little season, I assumed it's not every person that says we're in the little season that thinks they've debunked the timeline and gone back in time or whatever. Some of them just agree with the accelerationism and the fact that the devil is in control right now. And that's evidenced on the news and everywhere.
Yeah, it'd be erroneous to say that it's accelerating. I mean, it depends on what sense actually one says accelerating. Like if they mean by it's happening before or, contrary and somehow diverging from the Lord's appointed times, that'd be wrong. But if they're meaning like,
yeah, I'm saying they don't
things are rapidly increasing, just, like they see a rapid trend developing, that's fine. That happens.
Yeah, that's what some of them are trying to say as well.
You see some sort of rapid trend in accelerating in the past several months relative to previous months. That's a real observation that's happened with all sorts of things.
I think the main mix-up is that they say the Jesus thing's already happened, right? One of the Jesus things. The rain, that's it. I don't understand what that is really, but that's the thing that triggers the other people to say no.
Yeah, the millennial reign, meaning the 1,000-year reign. It's really not that complicated. In the same sense that we know every other king to reign, the King of Kings reigns uncontested with no rivals. All his enemies are annihilated. They are absent from the earth, and he and his people reign, doing whatever they please according to his good pleasure.
Yeah, I also agree that hasn't happened yet. We've not seen a Jesus or a fake Jesus reign like this yet. I'm not going to count Julius Caesar or any of the other motherfuckers.
I keep telling people it's the reason people, again, because there's so many notions, such a big, humongous cloud of erroneous notions that pretty much surround and obscure the truth. That's why many people are given the wrong impression, a daunting impression, and they just lose hope that you can actually discern the truth. But it's not that difficult. It's really not that difficult. It's only difficult for those who don't have the skill, right? Interpretation, exegesis is a skill. Discernment is a skill. Most people, that it's only daunting to those who don't have the skill and don't have the knowledge.
So, and anyone that disagrees with you doesn't have the skill. I don't have the skill to read the Bible. Is that what you're trying to say?
Did I say that?
Yo, what up, Greg?
Kind of making my point right now.
I don't know how long you've been here, but
maybe
welcome.
he got it wrong. They got it wrong, right? You're not saying just him.
No, I was only talking about him. Apparently, obviously, I wasn't only talking about him. But again, if you don't have the skill, then it's going to be difficult for you to discern that.
And you're
I deliberately make my
maybe
points to be as simple as possible.
These guys also lose discernment. You're saying maybe if they think the reign's already happened.
Well, not lose. They can't lose what you never had.
It just shows that they haven't discerned it as well as you yet.
I expect irritated replies to that, but look, if the thing is standing 5 feet in front of you, like if the elephant's standing right 5 feet in front of you, and you sincerely cannot see it, even though your eyes are facing directly to it, what's the entailment? That you're blind.
It's scripture what you're saying, dude. Hebrews 5:14. But solid food, the meat, is for the mature, for those who have their powers of discernment trained by constant practice to distinguish between good and evil. So it is a skill, and we have to practice it through scripture, knowing the scriptures, to show ourselves approved.
And of course, the natural impulse in reaction when someone like me says that is like I'm attacking, like I have this content and I'm sneering at them when I'm not. It's just it's a benevolent description of what's happening so that they can be edified, so that they can improve. Because I'd rather everyone know every truth that we're supposed to know.
No, I'm going to pray for your arrogance, because you think that you have it all figured out and that nobody else can have anything figured out that you don't have figured out. So I will be praying for you. Did I say I have it all figured out?
Did I say that? Yes or no? Did I say that?
Gregory, you implied looking at the elephant as obvious. So yeah.
Does that mean I have it all figured out?
You have an air of confidence, Gregory, and you're always correcting people, so they think you know it all.
That's why I'm asking them.
I appreciate the gusto.
To accuse me of the notion I think I have it all figured out, right? That's either true or false. Did I say that? Did I convey that at all? Or is that just your imagination based on your impression and your feelings?
It's feelings, dude. I feel, they feel
what should the elephant represent?
The particular issue, not everything.
It's a big elephant,
particular issue.
It's all of it. It's all of the elephant.
No. So what they're probably thinking of is this analogy that's been made concerning all the different religions, all the different worldviews, and the blind men touching it, That wasn't what I was talking about, right? But again, if they don't have the skill to discern, they're not going to recognize that. I made it explicitly clear what I meant when I used the metaphor of the elephant.
Yeah, but I mean, what you're hooked on the notion of him saying like his statements like you know all of it or something. I doubt that's really necessarily what he meant. It's particularly in the way that you're interpreting the all.
You think you know it all. That's what he said.
No, it's just how you portrayed him with your wording. That's what he's offended by. You portrayed him.
He said, "I think I know it all." That's what he said.
That dude's always offended.
Okay, I'm talking about
the same thing. Dude, he says the same thing to me all the time.
I don't know why people are getting confused.
He was definitely wrong, and you knew better. He just went off that.
Right, and then I asked him after he said, did I say I know everything? That I have it all figured out? And my question was never answered.
One day we'll work out communication.
No, he said arrogance, but
one day.
Then he explained as in everything. But I don't think he meant everything.
Yeah, I'm saying what he said. Like, why are people like? Yeah, but I'm saying what he said. You can, if there's a live stream in here, you can wind it back. He said, "You talk as though you think you have it all figured out." I'm quoting him.
Yes.
So then I asked him about what he said about what I allegedly.
That's what we're getting caught up here. And that's
one man,
like,
okay, but one man's sternness, right, and confidence can be interpreted or perceived as arrogance.
Yes.
Is that his fault that the guy thinks that he's being arrogant when he's just being confident and stern in his position?
Well, it's to the detriment of the other gentleman though, at the same time, and you could do that without the detriment. But that's
so I can't be stern and confident in my position.
I mean, listen to all this extra chatter,
people.
Right? Like, listen to all this extra chatter now, right? Like, for what?
What's the nature of communication,
really
Gregory?
About for the past 5
minutes? We're trying to work out why we're now arguing, right? So we need to diagnose that as to why it's degraded into such a position where we were exchanging ideas quite politely before. So we've got to work out why that happened and correct for it, right?
Mystery, dude.
What is there to miss?
Somebody was offended.
It seems to be Christian related, typically.
I think everyone knows why Devolver.
Yeah, well, it's really not that much of an enigma.
Some people don't, and something that's a pink
whole entire
elephant.
Caucus, right? Like, we don't need a whole entire caucus about like why this guy reacted that way, right? we're not that dumb, right?
Well, I wouldn't even say that he's unique in that sense. I mean, I see often the Christians will fight each other, and instead of wanting to like share in a constructive building kind of way, it's more of like a debate, argumentative, spiteful kind of way, and it just never ends.
Was I spiteful and villainous and adversarial and all that?
Yeah, it's debate.
You took a dig. Took a dig.
I'm not going to entertain whatever you're trying to invite me into.
You don't know what I'm trying to invite you into, but asking about what you said.
Not
figure that out.
I don't understand the point. Christians are guilty of debate, but yet we're here debating every day about germ theory. About
the specific part, he said spiteful. Like,
Christians debate. Dude, like, what is the argument now?
No. My critique is that yes, you can debate on religion.
Worldwide debates. Christians can't debate each other.
Lion. You really don't. You don't want me to say it, I guess.
Nah, go ahead. Say it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. All right. There's nothing wrong with debate, but it does appear that in the place of debate, I would imagine the Christians would appeal to their sensibilities, and it just seems like they never do. Like if they're supposed to be like representing Christ, I rarely see it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you see, Riggs, like love is also passion, and passion comes with violence. So violence shall be had. I don't know. What do you want to go for?
I'll take the critique.
So what's the point? Like, where's all this going? Like, it's just all this extra chatter that's wandering here, then everywhere.
Oh, we'll get to the bottom of it, Gregory.
Overthrow the table, so
I'll accept the critique. We could work on our delivery. Our performance could be a little bit more charitable, maybe, right? But at the same time, bro, like, we're here. to actually, because we love the truth and we want to find the truth, and other Christians might be interested in debating respectfully, right, regarding the truth. That's all, dude. Like, I still love my brothers in Christ, but I do have stern words for them sometimes, dude. That's it.
Negative reinforcement or positive reinforcement?
Iron sharpens iron,
Your
dude.
general vibe, if you want to. You think mine? Okay, right, yeah. It's one ethos, yeah, for sure.
Water's wet.
Just like Jesus said, whoop grabbler ass in the temple.
What? There, you're funny.
He knows how to clear a room.
Oh, he specified that he espoused post-millennialism, which is even further away from the truth, as opposed to current millennialism, as it were, and then went on to talk about his feelings about being hurt that I sound arrogant. That's where all this began for the past 15 minutes.
Yeah,
brotherly love.
Fellow wankers, Gregory.
We could.
You don't think you could have worded that any less offensively, Gregory? Honestly,
we don't have to make it about Greg, bro. It could be about Greg.
Are you offended? Is that why you asked the question?
That's not a response to my question.
So me responding is not a response.
Yeah. You asked me a question and avoided my question. What the fuck, dude? Do you know how to communicate?
Amazing how that works.
My goodness, bro.
Responding.
You're so defensive, man. You're just so defensive.
I'm not defending anything. What are you talking about?
I asked you a simple question and you didn't answer it. You just asked the question back to me.
I'm not triggered. Okay.
About your question. What's so difficult?
Okay, how about just answer the question? It's simple, bro.
How about just answer my question?
One of you take the lead,
See, that's what I mean. You're defensive. I just asked a simple question.
We don't have to. We don't have to.
You could have worded it any less offensively.
Are you asking that because you're offended? Why are you asking that?
I am just asking a question.
Can you just,
okay? We'll get to that next.
I'm just asking a question too.
You
just
be
like
more,
you.
Yeah, Gregory, could you have been more charitable?
Gregory, why do you think he would ask that question? Why do you think he would ask that question?
I'd rather just hear
him. No. Why don't you use your own faculties? Why don't you use your own faculties and just think about why he would ask that question?
And my own faculties is to ask him what is in his head, rather than just presume.
You dense fuck.
You're dodging and waving
if I was just to presume and then be incorrect, would I also be a dense fuck, or would I be correct and wise?
You got plot armor, bro.
The only point I was trying to make is if you don't think there's any way you could have worded that less offensively, I would say you're just fucking, you lack
a level of communication. Your question presupposes that it was offensive at all.
He doesn't have to. We don't have to always do. We don't have to tailor it to people's feelings and walk on the eggshells because we're gonna offend them.
That's not what I'm saying.
We're gonna. Do you act like that on a regular basis? Why are you holding him to the same standard when you don't even keep that standard?
So here's my point, Lion. Like, since you want to say this is what I'm saying, no, my point is one Christian to another Christian. Is there any way to be less offensive towards each other?
Of course.
That's the whole fucking
your question
point.
tacitly presupposes
but the idea that I have to walk on eggshells everywhere I go because I might just offend somebody. Oh no, I offended somebody.
an item for you.
Yes.
We think that you should be our slave.
We need you. You need us. Blah blah blah.
Have you seen that was it the Netflix cartoon? Was it called Inside Job or something? Where the girl works for like the CIA or whatever, and like they're always trying to go against, like they battle for control with the Illuminati or whatever. But in that, like there's like Christian leaders and the Pope is a part of it and all that. So yeah, that's already a running joke.
So in that way, I'm saying it's not the end of the world for Christians. It like those speeches that we're being taken over by a hidden evil. They're partly true, but there's also a hidden good, and people want to work together. Some people want to work together.
There's a statistic that shows what is it, like 80-something% of Christian pastors are active Mason. Like that's not even far fetched. It's like
And
it's already.
Some of them think that's going to help to make deals, exist, survive, be free.
I think it's about time we start enforcing this no two masters type shit. You know, like if somebody can only hold one oath at a time.
Yep.
I just it just boggles my mind. Like why is everyone layering everything, and why is that acceptable? Like why can people in our government have dual citizenship? Like what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's uncalled for.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Like why? And then like, oh yeah, my church fathers, they're going to be secretly Freemasons on the side. Like, okay, no.
Dude, the government loves that shit. They get so much more money in taxes through dual citizenship.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to talk around that, Riggs, because it's not a second oath to a second god. It's agreement with men in the club.
It's also a government. Like you can be a dual citizen and not be loyal to either one. You're just a citizen of each.
No, you know one rule, like when you said no two servant, two masters thing. It'd be funny if there was a rule that came out that said if you profess to agree with the Bible, you can't vote. On the premise that according to your book, you're not supposed to vote.
That's interesting too, yeah. Like, we could have a rule for witches: never vote for a Christian man.
Why? That Christian's probably a witch. I heard a thing from a.
We could have any silly rule.
No, I heard a thing. A dissertation given by a.
Still, man, what I just said.